irritation was palpable. He turned to address the group as a whole. Let this serve as a lesson. Adaptability and understanding your environment are as important as the tools you bring. This exercise was not merely a test of survival, it was a demonstration of resourcefulness. Some of you succeeded, others did not. His gaze swept over the group before finally landing on Alex once more. Fisher, your performance today will be noted in the Academy's records. While I may not agree with your methods, I cannot deny their effectiveness. Alex nodded, suppressing a smile. The acknowledgement, however reluctant, was enough. As the group prepared to depart Corythus 7, Alex glanced back one last time at their igloo, still standing defiantly against the icy expanse. It was a symbol of resilience, a testament to the power of simplicity in the face of overwhelming odds. For Alex, the lesson was clear: survival was not about proving superiority, but about adapting to the challenges at hand. On Corythus 7, they had done just that, and in doing so, they had left an indelible mark on the Galactic Academy's understanding of what it truly meant to endure. As the participants boarded the transport shuttle to leave Corythus 7, the tension among the group was almost palpable. The aftermath of the storm had left many shaken, their confidence in technology, and perhaps even themselves, thoroughly tested. The shuttle hummed softly as it ascended from the planet's surface, its thermal shielding keeping the harsh cold at bay. Alex Fisher sat quietly near a window, watching as the icy expanse of Corythus 7 shrank beneath them, a reminder of the grueling exercise they had just endured. For Alex, the victory was bittersweet. The igloo, their makeshift sanctuary, had proven its worth, but the ordeal had highlighted a broader issue: the blind reliance on technology without understanding the fundamentals of survival. Alex's thoughts drifted back to the moments during the storm when they had heard distress calls from other participants. Many had struggled to maintain their high-tech shelters, their faith in advanced equipment crumbling alongside the fragile domes. The silence inside the shuttle was interrupted by Professor Zekrath's commanding voice as he addressed the group. Participants, I trust this exercise has provided you with valuable insights. Survival on Corythus 7 was not merely a physical challenge, but a test of your ability to think critically under extreme conditions. Some of you succeeded, many of you did not. His yellow eyes scanned the room, his gaze lingering briefly on Alex before moving on. Upon arrival at the Academy, each of you will receive a detailed analysis of your performance. The data collected during the exercise will inform not only your individual evaluations but also future training protocols. The professor's tone was measured, yet there was an undercurrent of frustration, a tacit acknowledgement that the results of the exercise had not aligned with his expectations. The other participants exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mix of relief at surviving and trepidation about the forthcoming evaluations. Alex remained calm, their confidence bolstered by the undeniable success of their approach. When the shuttle docked at the Galactic Academy's orbiting station, the participants disembarked in orderly fashion, each directed to a debriefing room. Alex's turn came quickly. They were led into a stark, minimalist room where Professor Zekrath waited, flanked by two other instructors. A large holographic display occupied one wall, projecting data and images from the exercise. Fisher, Zekrath began, his tone clipped but not unkind. Take a seat. Alex complied, their posture relaxed but attentive. The professor activated the holographic display, which showed a detailed map of Corythus 7, overlaid with data points representing each participant's location and performance. The image zoomed in on Alex's igloo, highlighted in glowing blue. This, Zekrath said, gesturing to the projection, is your shelter. A primitive structure constructed from compacted snow, lacking any advanced materials or integrated systems. Yet it withstood the storm where many high-tech shelters failed. Explain to me, Fisher, why this worked. Alex leaned forward slightly, choosing their words carefully. The igloo's design disperses pressure evenly, which is crucial in extreme wind conditions. Its compacted walls insulate against the cold, trapping heat inside without the need for external power sources. It's a technique that's been used for centuries in some of Earth's harshest climates. The simplicity of the structure is its strength. It doesn't rely on complex systems that can fail. Zekrath regarded Alex with an inscrutable expression before nodding slowly. You are correct. The simplicity of your approach was, in this instance, an advantage. However, simplicity alone does not guarantee success. Why did you choose this method over utilizing the standard equipment provided? Alex met his gaze without hesitation. I knew the environment on Coretha 7 would test the limits of any shelter. The standard equipment is impressive, but it's designed with assumptions about wind speeds, temperature thresholds, and the duration of storms. I've trained in environments like this before, and I trusted the Igloo's proven effectiveness. It wasn't about rejecting technology, it was about using the right tool for the job. The other instructors exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Zekrath's tail flicked, a subtle sign of contemplation. Your reasoning is sound, he admitted, though his tone carried a hint of reluctance. Your shelter not only survived but thrived. However, this exercise was about more than building a shelter. It was a test of resilience, adaptability, and teamwork. Alex raised an eyebrow. Teamwork? We were intentionally isolated for the duration of the exercise. Zekrath's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward slightly. Precisely. How you handle isolation, how you approach problems without external support, is a reflection of your ability to contribute to a team under pressure. Your success was commendable, Fisher, but it was solitary. Did you not consider reaching out to assist other participants? The question caught Alex off guard. They paused for a moment, recalling the distress calls they had heard during the storm. I considered it, Alex admitted, their tone measured. But leaving my shelter would have put my own survival at risk. If I couldn't protect myself, I wouldn't have been able to help anyone else. Zekrath studied Alex for a long moment before nodding. A valid point. However, survival in a controlled exercise is one thing. In real-world scenarios, collaboration often makes the difference between success and failure. Keep that in mind. The debriefing continued with a detailed breakdown of Alex's performance, highlighting both their strengths and areas for improvement. The holographic display shifted to show footage or reinforce the structures. It was a stark contrast to the calm, methodical approach Alex had taken. When the session concluded, Zekrath stood, signaling that the conversation was over. You have exceeded expectations, Fisher. I will be including your methodology in the Academy's survival training curriculum. Dismissed. Alex rose, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room. As they stepped back into the corridor, they felt a surge of satisfaction. It wasn't just about proving Zekrath wrong, it was about demonstrating the value of human ingenuity and resilience in a galaxy that so often underestimated their kind. In the days that followed, word of Alex's success spread through the Academy. Other participants, initially dismissive of the humans' methods, now approached them with curiosity and respect. Alex shared their experience freely, emphasizing that survival was not about being the strongest or the most advanced, but about understanding the environment and adapting to its challenges. Professor Zekrath, meanwhile, remained a figure of both authority and controversy. While he grudgingly acknowledged Alex's accomplishments, he was already planning the next iteration of the survival exercise, determined to refine the balance between technology and adaptability. For Alex, the experience on Coretha 7 was more than a test, it was a validation of everything they had learned and believed. In a galaxy driven by progress and innovation, there was still room for the wisdom of the past and the strength of the human spirit. And as they prepared for their next challenge, Alex knew that their journey at the Galactic Academy was only just beginning. The days following the Coretha 7 exercise brought a mixture of reflection, celebration, and recalibration at the Galactic Academy. The participants, once scattered across the icy wasteland, now gathered in common spaces, sharing their experiences of survival and recounting the lessons learned in the face of nature's merciless power. Yet, amidst the camaraderie, Alex Fisher's story stood apart, a tale of defiance against conventional wisdom that rippled through the halls of the Academy. For Alex, the return to the Academy was bittersweet. While the success of their igloo and the acknowledgement of Professor Zekrath had solidified their place as a formidable survivalist, the victory raised deeper questions. Why had so many relied so completely on technology? Had the blind faith in advanced systems dulled the instincts of their peers? And, perhaps most importantly, could their achievement spark a broader change in how survival training was approached? These questions lingered as Alex prepared for the final component of the exercise, a public debrief and evaluation session held in the Academy's Grand Hall. This event, a staple of the Academy's curriculum, served as both a learning experience and a ceremonial conclusion to major exercises. In the hall, students, instructors, and Academy leaders gathered, their attention focused on the towering holographic screens that dominated the room. Each participant's performance would be analyzed, their successes and failures dissected for all to see. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the session began. Professor Zekrath, flanked by a panel of senior instructors, took the stage, his imposing presence commanding silence. He began with an overview of the exercise, his tone neutral and academic. The Coretha 7 survival exercise was designed to test the limits of adaptability, resourcefulness, and resilience under extreme conditions. Each of you faced unique challenges, and your responses have provided invaluable data for refining our training methodologies. As he spoke, the screens came to life, displaying footage from the exercise. Scenes of collapsing shelters, frantic repairs, and moments of ingenuity played out in stark detail. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience as they witnessed the storm's fury and the participants' varied attempts to endure it. When the footage shifted to Alex's igloo, the room fell into a hushed silence. The screens showed Alex's methodical construction of the shelter, the compacted snow blocks rising steadily against the backdrop of an approaching storm. The simplicity of the structure stood in stark contrast to the high-tech domes that faltered under the same conditions. Professor Zekrath paused, his gaze sweeping over the audience. And then, there was Fisher. The murmurs grew louder as the professor's words hung in the air. He gestured to the screens, where the footage continued to play, showing the igloo withstanding the storm's full force. This, Zekrath continued, is a prime example of what can be achieved through a deep understanding of one's environment. Fisher's approach, though unconventional, succeeded where advanced systems failed. It is a testament to the power of knowledge, creativity, and adaptability. Alex, seated among the other participants, felt the weight of every gaze in the room. Some looked on with admiration, others with curiosity, and a few with thinly veiled skepticism. Zekrath's acknowledgement, though begrudging, was a significant moment not just for Alex but for the broader conversation about survival training. The professor turned his attention directly to Alex. "Fisher, join me on the stage." Alex rose, their movements steady and deliberate, and made their way to the front of the hall. Standing beside Zekrath, they faced the audience, the holographic screens casting a faint glow over the scene. "Fisher," Zekrath said, his voice carrying both authority and respect, "you have demonstrated an approach that challenges conventional wisdom. Share with us your perspective, what drove your decisions on Coretha 7. Alex took a moment to gather their thoughts before speaking. "Professor, survival isn't just about the tools you have, it's about how you use them. Technology is an incredible asset, but it's not infallible. The storm on Coretha 7 didn't care about advanced materials or integrated systems. It cared about structure, stability, and adaptability. The igloo worked because it was designed for those conditions. I didn't reject technology, I chose the method that made the most sense for the environment." Their words resonated through the hall, drawing nods of agreement and murmurs of approval. Zekrath regarded Alex with a thoughtful expression before addressing the audience. "This lesson," he said, his voice firm, "is one we must all take to heart. In our pursuit of progress, we must not lose sight of the fundamentals. Fisher's success reminds us that innovation is not just about new tools, but also about reimagining old ones." The session continued with evaluations of the other participants, but the focus remained on the broader implications of Alex's achievement. Discussions broke out among students and instructors alike, many questioning how survival training could be enhanced to balance technology with foundational skills. For Alex, this was the true victory, not just surviving the storm, but sparking a dialogue that could reshape the Academy's approach. In the days that followed, Alex became a source of inspiration and curiosity. Fellow students sought them out, eager to learn more about the techniques they had used. Instructors invited Alex to lead workshops on practical survival skills, blending Earth's ancient methods with modern insights. Even Zekrath, though still proud and somewhat distant, began incorporating elements of Alex's approach into his lessons. One evening, as Alex walked through the Academy's garden, a rare patch of greenery aboard the orbiting station, they encountered Zekrath. The professor, his imposing figure softened by the tranquil setting, seemed lost in thought. "Fisher," he said, turning to face them, "you've given me much to think about." Alex smiled faintly. "I hope that's a good thing, Professor." Zekrath chuckled, a sound that seemed almost unnatural coming from him. "It is. You've reminded me that survival is not about superiority but adaptability. Even the most advanced systems must respect the environment they're designed for. I was wrong to dismiss your methods. The admission, though understated, carried a weight that Alex could not ignore. They nodded, their respect for the professor deepening. Thank you, Professor. But I think we've both learned something from this. Zikrath inclined his head, a gesture of agreement, before walking away. Alex watched him go, feeling a sense of closure and possibility. As the Academy returned to its routine, the lessons of Corytha 7 continued to ripple outward. Alex's success was more than a personal triumph, it was a catalyst for change, a reminder that the path to progress often requires looking back as well as forward. For Alex, the journey was far from over, but they faced the future with renewed confidence, knowing that their voice and their methods had made a lasting impact.
Admiral Kruntel stood at the observation deck of the Imperial flagship Eternal Glory, his 4 hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the blue marble suspended in the vast darkness of space. The sight of Earth, so small and seemingly insignificant, brought a smirk to his face. His secondary eyes blinked in rhythm with the pulsing of the ship's quantum core, while his primary set remained fixed on humanity's homeworld. Another primitive species about to learn their place in the cosmos, he muttered to himself, running a hand through his ceremonial head crest. Computer, display the Imperial fleet status. A holographic display materialized before him, showing thousands of warships arranged in perfect formation. The mighty vessels of the Galactic Empire stretched as far as his enhanced vision could see, each one a masterpiece of engineering capable of reducing entire continents to ash. The fleet had conquered 37 civilizations in the past solar cycle alone, and Earth would be number 38. Supreme Commander Zarakesh is requesting an update, Admiral announced Lieutenant Plex, his communication officer, whose tentacles were wrapped around multiple control interfaces simultaneously. Tell her that everything proceeds according to plan, Kruntel responded, his voice carrying the weight of 10,000 successful conquests. The humans remain oblivious to their impending surrender. Our stealth systems are performing perfectly. He allowed himself a moment of pride as he reviewed the tactical readouts. The Eternal Glory alone carried enough firepower to level every major city on the planet below. The humans, with their quaint nuclear weapons and primitive space stations, would have no choice but to accept Imperial rule. They would become another footnote in the Empire's glorious expansion. Sir Plex interrupted his thoughts. Our cultural analysis team has completed their preliminary report on human civilization. Summarize it for me, Lieutenant. Though I doubt there will be any surprises. They are unusual, sir. The report indicates they spend an inordinate amount of time engaging in something called entertainment. They appear to simulate conflicts and disasters for amusement. Our behavioral specialists are quite puzzled. Kruntel waved 2 of his hands dismissively. Primitive species often create elaborate distractions from their meaningless existence. Once they understand the true power of the Empire, they will abandon such foolishness. He turned to face his bridge crew, all members of various species that had already accepted the Empire's superiority. Each one represented a successful conquest, a civilization that had learned the futility of resistance. Humans would soon join their ranks. Begin the final preparations, he commanded. I want our formation to be visible the moment we drop our stealth fields. Let them witness the full might of the Imperial fleet before we demand their surrender. The bridge hummed with activity as his orders were relayed throughout the fleet. Kruntel returned his gaze to Earth, imagining how its inhabitants would react when they realized their insignificance in the face of galactic civilization. His victory was already written in the stars. Sir Plex spoke again, this time with a hint of confusion in his voice. We're detecting unusual energy signatures from the planet. They appear to be broadcasting entertainment signals at an increased rate. Irrelevant, Kruntel declared. They can distract themselves however they wish during their final hours of independence. Soon they will learn the true meaning of galactic order. As the fleet made its final adjustments, Admiral Kruntel allowed himself to imagine his upcoming triumph. Perhaps Supreme Commander Zarakesh would finally grant him governance of his own sector after this conquest. He had certainly earned it after centuries of loyal service. Little did Admiral Kruntel know that his carefully planned conquest was about to collide with humanity's most powerful weapon, their inexhaustible sense of humor. But for now, he stood confident and proud, fully assured that this would be just another routine addition to the Empire's ever-expanding borders. "Deactivate stealth fields," Kruntel commanded, straightening his ceremonial armor. "Begin transmission of the standard Imperial surrender demand on all frequencies." The massive fleet shimmed into visibility above Earth's atmosphere, thousands of ships appearing like stars against the darkness. Kruntel activated the broadcast system, his voice carrying the weight of countless conquered civilizations. "People of Earth," he began, using the Empire's most intimidating diplomatic tone, "your planet has been chosen for integration into the Galactic Empire. Resistance is futile. You have one planetary rotation to surrender your governing bodies and submit to Imperial rule. Should you refuse?" He paused for dramatic effect, but before he could continue, Lieutenant Plex's tentacles started writhing in confusion. "Admiral, we're receiving thousands of responses, but they're not what we expected." "Display them," Kruntel ordered, expecting to see the usual panicked reactions from planetary leaders. Instead, the main screen filled with what humans called memes. One showed his own image, expertly edited to wear something called a party hat, with text reading "Shows up to conquer Earth. Doesn't even bring snacks." Another displayed the Imperial fleet with the caption "Space Door Dash looking kinda aggressive today." "What is the meaning of this?" Kruntel demanded, his secondary eyes twitching in confusion. "Sir, humans are broadcasting these images across their global information network. They're turning our surrender demand into something called a trending topic." The communications officer displayed more responses. Someone had already created a parody song of the surrender demand, set to a catchy tune. It was rapidly gaining what humans called views. "This is unprecedented," growled Kruntel. "No species has ever responded to the standard Imperial surrender demand with entertainment." He straightened himself again. "Send the follow-up threat. Show them our planet-cracking capabilities." The fleet moved into attack formation, and several ships demonstrated their power by vaporizing a small uninhabited moon. Kruntel began his second speech, but was interrupted by Lieutenant Plex again. "Sir, humans are now organizing what they call watch parties. They're gathering in open spaces with food and beverages to observe our display. Someone called an influencer is live streaming our formation with commentary about our ship's aesthetic design choices." Kruntel's face scales turned a deep shade of purple. "They dare to critique our ship designs. The Imperial fleet architecture has struck fear into the hearts of countless species." "They're not afraid," Sir Plex reported, scanning through more human broadcasts. "They're rating our ships on something called space aesthetic vibes and discussing which ones would make good selfie backgrounds." A new transmission caught their attention. A human entertainment channel was providing live coverage of the invasion, complete with expert commentary and social media reactions. The hosts were debating whether the Imperial fleet's color scheme was a bit too last season. "Enough," Kruntel bellowed. "Launch the intimidation probes. Show them the consequences of their insolence." Thousands of probes descended toward Earth's major cities, designed to project fear-inducing holograms of planetary devastation. Within minutes, humans had somehow incorporated these projections into their entertainment. Street performers were using them as backgrounds for impromptu dance numbers. Admiral Plex said hesitantly, "The humans have started a competition to create something called memes about our invasion. The current top entry is an image of our fleet with text saying, 'Mom said it's our turn to play with the solar system.'" Kruntel slumped in his command chair, all four hands massaging his temples. In all his centuries of conquest, he had never encountered a species that responded to imminent doom with jokes. The Empire's carefully crafted intimidation protocols were useless against opponents who turned threats into entertainment. Sir Plex ventured carefully. "Should we proceed with the next phase of the invasion?" "How can we invade a planet that's not taking us seriously?" Kruntel muttered. "The Empire's reputation for striking fear into the hearts of our enemies is currently being used as a template for something humans call a dance challenge," Plex finished. "It's quite popular on their social media platforms." Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's hologram materialized on the bridge, her crystalline armor glinting menacingly. Admiral Kruntel, explain why I'm receiving reports of humans raiding our invasion on something called Invasion Advisor with only 3 stars. Kruntel's scales paled. Supreme Commander, we are implementing the standard intimidation protocol. Phase 3 will surely. They've given our threatening messages poor reviews for being, quote, unacceptable, monotone, and lacking background music. She cut him off. This is unprecedented. Deploy the Eternal Night Formation. The entire Imperial fleet began its carefully choreographed maneuver, thousands of ships moving in perfect synchronization to blot out Earth's sun. It was a sight that had made hardened warrior races beg for mercy. Formation complete, Kruntel announced. Now they will understand the true power of. Sir Plex interrupted. Humans are using our ships as a backdrop for an outdoor festival. They're calling it Spatiella. Attendance is in the millions. The main screen displayed crowds of humans gathering in open spaces worldwide. They lounged on blankets and chairs, sharing food and beverages while pointing at the fleet above. Vendors were selling something called glow sticks, designed to match the Imperial ship's engine signatures. They're having picnics, Kruntel's voice cracked. During an invasion. Not just picnics, sir. They're hosting viewing parties with something called commentary tracks. Several humans calling themselves astronomers are giving detailed technical analyses of our fleet's positioning. One of them just called our formation, and I quote, aesthetically pleasing but lacking in originality. A new notification flashed across the screen. Someone had created a social media filter that let humans take pictures appearing to wear Imperial armor. It had gone viral in less than an hour. Deploy the fear inductors, Kruntel ordered desperately. All frequencies, maximum power. The fleet's most advanced psychological warfare technology activated, broadcasting subsonic frequencies designed to trigger panic in lesser species. The humans' response was not what anyone expected. Sir, they're using our fear inductor frequencies as baselines for dance music, Plex reported, his tentacles trembling in disbelief. Several human musicians are already releasing remixes. One of them has reached something called the top charts. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's hologram flickered with barely Before Kruntel could respond, Lieutenant Plex's console erupted with new alerts. Admiral, humans are now organizing something called a Fleet Watch competition. They're awarding prizes for the most creative ways to view our ships. The current leader is a group who rented a floating restaurant to have something called a space invasion-themed dinner. The main screen showed humans in various locations, all treating the invasion like an elaborate show. Families spread blankets in parks, young humans balanced devices called phones on selfie sticks, and something called food trucks lined up at every viewing location. They've started raiding our individual ships, Sir Plex continued. The Eternal Glory is trending because someone said its design looks like, and I quote, a space Gothic cathedral had a baby with a disco ball. Kruntel slumped further in his chair. How many military vessels are in Earth's orbit? None, sir. Their Space Force hasn't deployed, though they are using their orbital cameras to create something called a live stream documentary about our fleet's architectural influences. No military response at all. Well, Plex hesitated. They have launched several small devices toward our ships, but they appear to be camera drones. They're capturing close-up footage for something called an Imperial Fleet Instagram reel. A notification chimed, and Plex's tentacles curled in surprise. Sir, we're being invited to participate in multiple talk shows. They want to interview you about, and I'm reading this directly, your inspiration for the invasion aesthetic and whether you'd consider doing a collaboration with their entertainment industry. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's hologram loomed over the bridge. Admiral Kruntel, in all my centuries of conquest, I have never seen such a complete failure of intimidation tactics. These humans, they're making us look. Trendy Plex supplied helpfully. According to their social media metrics, Imperial fashion is now, as they say, all the rage. Several human clothing designers have already released collections inspired by our armor. Enough, Supreme Commander Zara Kesh roared. Admiral Kruntel, you will commence military operations immediately. I want this planet under Imperial control before they turn our entire invasion into an entertainment franchise. Kruntel straightened in his chair. Yes, Supreme Commander. All ships, battle formations. Launch the Seekers. Thousands of automated combat drones poured from the Imperial ships, their quantum weapons primed. They descended toward Earth's major cities in perfect attack formation, ready to demonstrate the Empire's overwhelming military superiority. Sir Plex reported, they're deploying something against our Seekers. Finally, show me their primitive defensive weapons. The main screen displayed the humans' response. Kruntel's jaw dropped. Thousands of small aerial devices rose to meet the Seekers, each one trailing a banner. Some carried messages like "Welcome to Earth," "Try our tacos." Others displayed corporate logos and something called promotional codes. Those are advertising drones, Plex explained. They're using them to sell products to our invasion force. The Seekers, programmed to engage hostile military targets, found themselves surrounded by decidedly non-military devices. Their combat algorithms struggled to process the situation. Sir, our Seekers are becoming entangled in something called sponsored content. 3 squadrons have already received promotional offers for local restaurants. Kruntel slammed all 4 hands on his command console. Launch the ground forces. Deploy the Devastator mechs. Massive war machines descended from the fleet, each one capable of leveling a city. They landed in strategic locations, ready to begin their unstoppable advance. But again, the humans had other ideas. Admiral Plex's voice quivered with disbelief. Humans are approaching our Devastator mechs with food trucks. The screen showed the massive war machines surrounded by vehicles selling various Earth cuisines. Crowds gathered around them, treating the invasion force like some sort of festival attraction. They're calling it Meals with Mechs, Plex continued. It's becoming a social media sensation. Several of our ground commanders are reporting that humans keep trying to take pictures with their troops. One of the Devastator mech pilots appeared on the command channel. Sir, they're offering us something called street tacos. Our xenobiologists have confirmed they're safe to eat, but is this allowed under Imperial protocol? Before Kruntel could respond, another crisis emerged. Admiral, our electronic warfare systems are being overwhelmed by something called Wi-Fi requests. Humans are trying to connect to our battlenet to post reviews of the invasion. The situation deteriorated further as reports flooded in from around the planet. Imperial shock troops found themselves being invited to neighborhood barbecues. Strategic command centers were being tagged on something called Google Maps as tourist attractions. A group of human children had started a game of hide.
Picture this, the most pompous, self-important collection of alien bureaucrats you've ever seen, all crammed into a massive crystalline chamber that screams we spent way too much money on interior decorating. The Galactic Council, ladies and gentlemen, where ego meets incompetence and has awkward alien babies. At the center of this circus sits Chancellor Blimforth, a 7-foot-tall purple blob with more tentacles than common sense and a voice that sounds like someone gargling gravel mixed with unearned confidence. He's been running this show for 3 centuries, which in galactic politics is apparently long enough to develop a god complex but not long enough to develop actual wisdom. Esteemed colleagues, Blimforth announces, his voice echoing through the chamber like a bad audio system at a high school assembly. Today we witness yet another primitive species attempt the ultimate test. Oh, the ultimate test, capital T, capital U, capital T, because nothing says we take ourselves way too seriously, like unnecessarily capitalizing your supposedly impossible challenge. This thing has been the Galactic Council's pride and joy for over 2,000 years. A survival gauntlet so brutally difficult that it's stumped every single species that's ever attempted it. And trust me, that's a lot of species. We're talking hundreds of civilizations, each one convinced they were the hottest thing since sliced bread, all reduced to quivering masses of regret and therapy bills. The test was designed by some long-dead species called the Tormentors, which should have been the first red flag, but apparently the Galactic Council missed that memo along with several others. These Tormentors were basically the galaxy's ultimate sadists, and they created this test as their final middle finger to the universe before they conveniently went extinct. Probably from testing their own creation, but nobody talks about that part. The humans, Blimforth continues, practically vibrating with smugness, will surely provide us with the same entertainment as all the others. Perhaps even more so, given their laughably primitive origins. The council members make various sounds of agreement, which range from clicking to gurgling, to what sounds suspiciously like someone stepping on a squeaky toy. They're all so confident, so absolutely certain that these upstart humans will crash and burn like everyone else. After all, what could possibly go wrong with their foolproof plan? Famous last words in any language, folks. Famous last words. And then the humans walk in, and you can practically hear the record scratch moment happening in real time. First through the door is Captain Jake Morrison, call sign Tank, and let me tell you, the nickname fits. This guy looks like he was carved out of granite by someone who had very strong opinions about jawlines. 6'4", built like a brick house, and carrying himself with the kind of casual confidence that comes from having survived things that would give other species nightmares. He's wearing what appears to be a standard military uniform, except it's covered in patches from places that sound made up. Antarctica winter survival expert. Tornado chaser certified. Australian outback guide. The aliens don't know what any of these mean, but they're getting a very bad feeling about it. Behind him walks Dr. Luna Reeves, and she's the kind of brilliant that makes other people feel inadequate just by existing. PhD in about 6 different fields, all of which sound terrifying when you really think about them. Xenobiology, extreme environment adaptation, something called disaster psychology, that nobody wants to ask about. She's got this perpetual smirk like she's in on a joke that nobody else gets, and spoiler alert, she absolutely is. Bringing up the rear is Marcus O'Sullivan, but everyone calls him Mac, and he's the kind of engineer who looks at impossible problems, and says hold my beer. Short, stocky, with hands that look like they've personally wrestled with every piece of machinery ever built. The kind of guy who can fix a warp drive with duct tape and spite, and has probably done it more than once. Now here's where things get interesting. Chancellor Blimforth, in his infinite wisdom, decides to show off his extensive research on humanity. Ah yes, he says, tentacles waving dramatically, the species from the Class 12 Death World. How fascinating that you managed to develop spaceflight despite your hostile environment. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop, if pins made sound in space, which they don't, but you get the idea. I'm sorry, Luna says, and her voice has this dangerous sweetness to it, like honey mixed with nitroglycerin. Did you just call Earth a Class 12 Death World? Indeed. The highest classification on our danger scale. Your planet is quite remarkable in its hostility to life. Jake starts laughing. Not chuckling, not giggling, but full-on belly laughing like someone just told him the best joke he's ever heard. You think Earth is hostile? He manages between laughs. Buddy, Earth is where we go for vacation. Mac nods sagely. Pretty relaxing place, really. No acid storms, gravity's nice and light, barely any radiation. Wait, Luna interjects. What classification is Australia? The aliens frantically check their databases. The answer comes back, and you can see Blimforth's color shift from purple to a sickly green. Class 15. Right. Jake grins. And that's just one continent. Mac here grew up in Alaska, which I'm betting you've got listed as somewhere around Class 14. The council members are starting to make distressed noises. This is not going according to plan. So naturally, because the universe has a sense of humor, and it's apparently feeling particularly spiteful today, Chancellor Blimforth decides to double down on his bad decisions. You know, like a gambler who's already lost his house, but figures one more hand will fix everything. Nevertheless, he declares, his voice cracking just slightly, the ultimate test remains impossible for any species to complete. You will see, and with that he activates the test chamber, because nothing says I'm totally confident in my position, like desperately trying to prove a point to people who are already laughing at you. The chamber doors slide open with the kind of dramatic hiss that screams, we spent way too much on special effects, and inside is what can only be described as someone's idea of absolute hell. We're talking acid rain that could strip paint off a starship, gravity cranked up to about 3 times Earth normal, an atmosphere that's roughly 60% toxic gas and 40% spite, and vegetation that looks like it was designed by a committee of sadists who really didn't like the concept of living things. The other species taking the test, and oh yes, there are others because apparently the Galactic Council believes in the buddy system even for traumatic experiences, immediately start deploying enough protective equipment to stock a small army. Environmental suits that look like they cost more than most planets' GDP, gravity compensators, air filtration systems that could probably clean the atmosphere of a factory world, and enough backup equipment to supply a small space station. The Zephyrians, who look like crystalline butterflies, if butterflies were the size of refrigerators and had anxiety disorders, are practically encasing themselves in a mobile bunker. The Gornaki, big lizard-like creatures who are apparently the galaxy's premier warriors, are suiting up like they're about to storm the beaches of Normandy. The Ethereal Collective, who are basically sentient gas clouds with superiority complexes, are surrounding themselves with so many force fields they look like a very pretentious disco ball. And then there are the humans. Jake takes one look at the environment, sniffs the air, and nods approvingly. Nice. Reminds me of that training exercise in the Amazon during monsoon season. Luna is already pulling out what appears to be a standard scientific tablet, and starts taking readings. Oh, this is interesting. The acid rain has a pH of about 1.2, that's actually less acidic than my morning coffee. Mac just rolls up his sleeves. Well, this should be fun. Haven't had a good challenge since that reactor meltdown on Kepler Station. The aliens monitoring the test through their fancy observation systems are starting to make the kind of noises usually associated with small animals in distress. Because while everyone else is still getting suited up, Jake has just stepped into the acid rain and started using it to clean mud off his boots. Hey Luna, he calls out cheerfully. This stuff works better than that industrial cleaner we used on the ship. Luna, who has now collected several samples of the deadly vegetation and appears to be taking notes like she's writing a grocery list, looks up with interest. Really, we should bottle some for later. Meanwhile, Mac has found what the test designers probably thought was an impossible shelter building challenge, where you have to construct adequate protection using only the materials available in the environment, and he's treating it like the world's most relaxing home improvement project. He's already identified which of the deadly plants have useful fibers, which rocks have the best structural integrity, and how to use the acid rain as a natural adhesive. You know, he says conversationally while building what appears to be a rather cozy little shelter. This reminds me of that camping trip in Siberia. Remember that, Jake, when the temperature hit -40 and we had to build shelter out of ice and wishful thinking? Oh yeah, Jake laughs, now apparently using one of the terrifying predator plants as a back scratcher. Good times. Though this is definitely more comfortable. At least it's warm. The monitoring systems are going absolutely insane. Alarms are blaring, warning lights are flashing, and the alien observers are starting to question everything they thought they knew about the universe and their place in it. Because in the span of about 20 minutes, while other species are still figuring out how to not die from the air, the humans have essentially turned a nightmare hellscape into what appears to be a moderately pleasant afternoon outing. Now, if you thought the aliens were having a bad time during the setup phase, you should see what happens when the test actually gets going. Because the Tormentors, bless their sadistic little hearts, didn't just create a hostile environment. Oh no, that would be too simple. They created a hostile environment with a deadly obstacle course, complete with biomechanical predators that were designed to be absolutely unstoppable killing machines. Picture this, creatures that look like someone crossed a tiger with a spider, gave it armor plating, and then asked a committee of nightmares to make it worse. These things are 12 feet long, have claws that can cut through starship hull plating, and possess hunting instincts that would make a great white shark weep with envy. They're called Apex Hunters, because apparently the Tormentors had all the creativity of a B-movie scriptwriter, and they've been the downfall of every single species that's attempted this test. The Zephyrians take one look at the first Apex Hunter, and immediately start broadcasting distress signals in 17 different languages. The Gornaki, who are supposed to be the galaxy's ultimate warriors, start forming defensive formations that look suspiciously like very organized panic. The Ethereal Collective just straight up nopes out of there, floating away at maximum speed while making sounds that probably translate to "I didn't sign up for this." And then there are the humans, who have apparently decided that deadly biomechanical predators are the perfect opportunity to turn this into some kind of twisted team-building exercise. Okay, so we've got multiple hostiles incoming, Jake announces like he's calling out plays in a football game. Luna, what's your read on their weak points? Luna, who is currently hanging upside down from a tree branch getting a better angle to observe one of the creatures, calls back, well, they've got excellent armor plating, but it looks like the joints are exposed. Also, their hunting pattern suggests they rely heavily on thermal imaging, so they're probably vulnerable to temperature confusion. Got it, Mac yells from somewhere inside what appears to be a rapidly constructed fortress made of rocks, acid-resistant plants, and what looks suspiciously like parts cannibalized from the test environment itself. I can rig up some thermal decoys. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The galaxy's most feared biomechanical killing machines, and Mac needs 5 minutes to figure out how to outsmart them using what's essentially prehistoric technology and human ingenuity. Meanwhile, Jake has apparently decided that the best way to deal with a 12-foot-long armored predator is to wrestle it into submission, and he's winning. The Apex Hunter, which has never in its artificially extended life encountered anything that didn't immediately run away screaming, is having what can only be described as an existential crisis. It was designed to hunt prey that would flee in terror, not prey that would grab it in a headlock and start giving it a lecture about proper hunting techniques. See, the problem with you guys, Jake explains to the confused predator while casually avoiding its claws, is that you're too focused on the intimidation factor. Sure, you look scary, but you've got no follow-through. Now, if you really want to be an effective predator, you need to work on your grappling game. The monitoring systems are going absolutely bonkers. The aliens observing this are making noises that their translators are probably wisely refusing to interpret. Chancellor Blimforth has gone from purple to green to what appears to be a very concerning shade of transparent. But wait, it gets better. Because Luna has figured out that the Apex hunters communicate through subsonic frequencies, and she's managed to hack into their communication network using her tablet and what appears to be a jury-rigged antenna made from some of the local vegetation. Hey guys, she calls out cheerfully. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is I can now talk to these things. The bad news is they're apparently very lonely and have been asking if we want to be friends. Friends? Mac pokes his head out of his fortress, which now appears to have grown significantly and might actually qualify as a small castle. With the murder machines. Well, turns out they're not actually murder machines. They're just really bad at making friends. Apparently, everyone they've ever met has run away screaming before they could properly introduce themselves. And that's how the humans accidentally turned the galaxy's most feared predators into the galaxy's most socially awkward pets. The Apex hunters, who have spent millennia being the ultimate test of survival, are now following the humans around like oversized armored puppies, who are just excited to have someone to talk to. But the real kicker comes when they reach the final challenge, the puzzle that stumped every species for 2,000 years. It's this massive crystalline structure covered in symbols that shift and change, requiring not just intelligence but the kind of lateral thinking that most civilized species have been educated out of. The other species, what's left of them anyway, are standing around looking defeated. The Zephyrians are crying, which is apparently a thing they can do. The Gornaki are having what appears to be an honor-based argument about who gets to give up first. The Ethereal Collective has given up entirely, and is just floating in a corner making sad gas cloud noises. And the humans? Well, they're looking at this supposedly impossible puzzle, and having what appears to be a very casual conversation. So Jake says, scratching his chin, "This is supposed to be impossible, right?" According to the briefing, Luna confirms, running her hands over the crystalline surface, some kind of ultimate test of intelligence and problem-solving ability. Mac is already pulling out tools that he definitely didn't have when this started, but has apparently manufactured from test environment materials and pure spite. Well, it's a machine, right? And machines can be fixed, modified, or convinced to do what you want them to do. Wait, Luna says, and her voice has that dangerous tone again. Are you suggesting we don't solve the puzzle? I'm suggesting, Mac grins, that we give it what it wants to hear. And that's how the humans solved the galaxy's most impossible puzzle, by completely ignoring the rules and just asking it nicely to please stop being difficult, because they had a schedule to keep. The crystalline structure, which has been the final boss of this test for 2 millennia, apparently just needed someone to say please, and thank you. It opens up like a flower, revealing the completion chamber, and starts playing what sounds suspiciously like a victory fanfare. The aliens are no longer making any noise at all. They've moved beyond shock, beyond horror, beyond any emotion that has a name. They're just standing there, staring, as the humans casually stroll through the completion chamber, like they're taking a leisurely walk through a park. So there they are, the humans, standing in the completion chamber, after absolutely demolishing a test that has been the galaxy's gold standard for impossible for the past 2,000 years. The timer reads 4 hours and 37 minutes, which is not just a record, it's the kind of record that makes you question whether the timer is broken, reality is broken, or you're having a very elaborate nervous breakdown. For context, the previous best time was held by the Supremacy Collective, and they took 6 months. 6 months of careful planning, extensive preparation, and eventually giving up and crying. The humans did it in less time than it takes to watch a decent movie, and they brought snacks. Chancellor Blimforth is staring at the results display like it personally insulted his mother. His color has cycled through the entire visible spectrum, and has now settled on a shade that doesn't technically exist, and is probably giving the monitoring equipment a headache. This is impossible, he whispers, his voice cracking like a teenager going through puberty. The test is impossible. It has always been impossible. The tormentors designed it to be impossible. Oh, about that, Luna says, looking up from her tablet, where she's apparently been doing some light reading while the aliens have their collective mental breakdown. I did some digging into the test's programming while we were in there. Turns out the tormentors didn't design this as a test of survival or intelligence. The chamber goes so quiet you could hear a quantum particle thinking about existing. They designed it as revenge. And there it is. The other shoe drops with the kind of cosmic thud that probably registered on seismic equipment 3-star systems away. Revenge. Blimforth manages to croak out. Oh yeah, Luna continues with the casual tone of someone discussing the weather. See, the Tormentors were apparently really angry about being wiped out by a coalition of galactic species about 3,000 years ago. So they created this test as their final middle finger to the universe. It was specifically designed to be impossible for any civilized species to complete. Mac looks up from where he's been tinkering with what appears to be a souvenir he made from crystalline puzzle fragments. So it was supposed to be a permanent screw you to everyone. Exactly. The whole thing was rigged from the start. Every challenge, every obstacle, every supposedly impossible element was calibrated to exploit the specific psychological and physical limitations of civilized galactic species. Jake, who has been scratching behind what might charitably be called the ears of his new apex hunter buddy, grins. So they basically designed the perfect test to fail every species in the galaxy except for the one species they never met. Bingo. The silence that follows this revelation is the kind of silence usually associated with the heat death of the universe. It's so profound that it has weight, mass, and is probably bending space-time around itself. Chancellor Blimforth makes a sound that the translation systems wisely refuse to interpret. It's followed by several more sounds that suggest his mind is not just blown, it's been launched into orbit, achieved escape velocity, and is currently exploring distant galaxies. But he stammers, you treated it like a mildly interesting afternoon. Jake supplies helpfully. Yeah, well that's because it kind of was. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was fun and all, but we've had company pitch the humans reply in unison. And that's how the Galactic Council learned that their ultimate test was actually an elaborate prank by a dead civilization, and the punchline was a species that considers their homeworld a relaxing vacation spot. So here we are, 3 hours later, in what has to be the most awkward awards ceremony in galactic history. Chancellor Blimforth, who has been sedated twice, and is currently being held upright by a combination of alien medical technology and sheer bureaucratic stubbornness, is attempting to officially welcome humanity to the Galactic Council. His speech, which was probably very impressive when he wrote it, has been reduced to a series of random words occasionally interrupted by what sounds like suppressed sobbing. The other council members are maintaining the kind of professional composure that only comes from years of political training and possibly medication. We hereby, with great the humans have, please don't hurt us, Blimforth manages, before his aide gently takes the microphone away from him. The humans, meanwhile, are standing there looking like they've just been told they won a prize for something they do every Tuesday. Jake is still accompanied by his apex hunter buddy, who has apparently decided that following humans around is way more fun than being a terrifying predator. Luna is taking notes on alien psychology with the kind of scientific fascination usually reserved for discovering new species. Mac appears to have built a small device out of spare parts during the ceremony, and is now testing it by making it play what sounds like classical Earth music. So Jake says, because apparently someone needs to break the uncomfortable silence, this is nice and all, but we should probably mention that we've got a schedule to keep. We're supposed to stop by the Kepler station to help with their reactor problem, then swing by the Tau Ceti system to assist with their asteroid mining operation. The aliens exchange glances that suggest they're beginning to understand that their problems might be just beginning. Asteroid mining. Someone squeaks from the back of the chamber. Oh yeah, Max says, without looking up from his device, should be fun. Haven't done any large-scale demolition work in a while. Last time was when we helped clear out that black hole's accretion disk. Good times. You cleared out a black hole's accretion disk. Well, not the whole thing, Jake clarifies. Just the dangerous parts. Though I guess technically all parts of a black hole are dangerous, so we basically redesigned the whole system. The locals were very grateful. Luna looks up from her notes. Oh, and we should probably mention that Earth is sending a delegation to the next Galactic Council meeting. They're very excited to meet everyone. The color drains from every alien face in the chamber, which is particularly impressive for the species that don't technically have faces. How many humans are coming? Blimforth whispers. Just a few thousand, Jake replies cheerfully. You know, diplomats, scientists, engineers, a few military advisors, some tourists who heard the galaxy was nice this time of year. Pretty standard stuff. Tourists, someone repeats faintly. Yeah, Earth tourism industry is really taking off. Apparently there's a lot of interest in visiting places that aren't actively trying to kill you. It's a novelty. And with that casual revelation, the humans collect their certificates of membership, shake hands with various appendages, and head toward the exit. Jake's apex hunter friend trots along beside him like the galaxy's most dangerous therapy dog. Luna waves goodbye while somehow managing to take readings on the atmospheric composition of the chamber. Mac has his new device playing what sounds suspiciously like Earth's greatest hits. As they reach the door, Jake turns back with the kind of grin that has probably caused civilizations to surrender preemptively. "Oh, one more thing," he says. "Thanks for the test. It was actually pretty relaxing. Most fun we've had since we helped that neutron star with its rotation problem." "You helped a neutron star with its rotation problem?" Blimforth asks, though it sounds like he's not sure he wants to know the answer. "Long story," Jake grins. "We'll tell you about it next time." And with that, the humans leave, taking with them the last remnants of the Galactic Council's collective sanity, and leaving behind the kind of silence usually associated with the aftermath of natural disasters. In the distance, you can hear Chancellor Blimforth asking his aide to check if their insurance covers acts of casual human competence. The answer, it turns out, is no. No, it does not.
Admiral Zextal shifted uncomfortably in the human-sized chair, his crystalline carapace clicking against the wooden frame. The cultural exchange program had seemed like a simple assignment. Observe human daily life, write reports, return to the fleet. Nothing in his 3 centuries of military service had prepared him for what he was currently witnessing.
Commander Raxon stared at the holographic display, his 4 eyes blinking in rapid succession. The signal pulsed again, defying every prediction his science team had made. As the Supreme Commander of the Cartharian Empire's 7th Exploratory Fleet, he'd seen his share of anomalies, but this was different. "Run it again," he ordered, his scaled fingers drumming against the command chair's crystalline surface. The bridge crew exchanged nervous glances, their bioluminescent patches flickering with anxiety. The signal repeated, strong, clear, and unmistakably artificial, coming from a planet that, by all rights, should have been dead. A Category 12 death world with crushing gravity, lethal atmospheric pressure, and enough solar radiation to cook most species alive. "Commander," Lieutenant Zena called out, her voice trembling slightly. "The signal, it's not just random emissions, they're broadcasting entertainment. Music, stories, advertisements for something called car insurance." She paused, confusion evident in her tone. "They're calling their planet Earth." Raxon suppressed a laugh. Entertainment on a Category 12? Impossible. His people, the mighty Cartharians, were among the galaxy's premier Deathworlders. Their homeworld, with its dense atmosphere and 1.3 standard gravity, had forged them into one of the most physically imposing species in known space. Even they wouldn't survive on a Category 12 for more than a few minutes. "Bring up the planetary data again," he commanded, rising from his chair to pace the bridge. His heavy footsteps echoed against the metallic floor, each step a reminder of his species' power. "Show me everything." The holographic display shifted, presenting a blue-green marble suspended in the void. Statistics scrolled past. Gravity 1.0 g, impossible. Oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere, lethal to most species. Temperature variations from -50 to +50 degrees Celsius, absolutely ridiculous. And go back to the atmospheric composition. 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 1% trace gases, Zena read out. "Sir, these readings suggest it's inhabited." "By bacteria, perhaps," Raxon scoffed. "Or simple multicellular organisms at most. Nothing sapient could evolve in such conditions." He gestured at the display with one clawed hand. "Look at the solar radiation levels alone. Any species trying to develop there would be cooked alive before they could develop basic tools." First Officer Karras cleared his throat, his neck frills extending slightly in embarrassment. "Sir, about that, we're picking up artificial satellites, thousands of them, and cities, global communication networks, evidence of primitive space travel." Raxon froze mid-step. The bridge fell silent, save for the constant hum of the ship's engines. In his 20 cycles of service, he'd never encountered anything like this. The Cartharians, along with the other Deathworlder species, the crystalline Vexithor, the massive juggernaut Krawl, and the predatory Nexari, had always assumed they were alone in their capability to survive harsh conditions. "Sir," Zena interrupted his thoughts. "Incoming transmission. They've spotted us." "Impossible," Raxon muttered. But even as he said it, he knew he was wrong. The evidence was right there, mocking every assumption he'd ever held about the galaxy's natural order. "Put it through!" The holographic display flickered, and a face appeared. A bipedal creature, soft-skinned with only 2 eyes and no visible natural defenses. It smiled, showing flat, herbivore-like teeth. "This is Captain Sandra Chen of the United Earth Defense Force. We've been tracking your vessel since you entered our solar system. Welcome to Earth." Raxon's translator must be malfunctioning. This fragile-looking creature couldn't possibly be speaking from the surface of a Category 12 death world. Yet here they were, casual as could be, extending greetings as if they weren't standing in an environment that should be liquefying their organs. "This is Commander Raxon of the Cartharian Empire's 7th Exploratory Fleet," he responded, trying to maintain his composure. "We're not expecting to find sapient life in this system." Captain Chen's smile widened. "Yes, we get that a lot. Would you like to come down for a visit? The weather's lovely this time of year, only 35 degrees Celsius and 80% humidity. Perfect for a garden party." Raxon's secondary heart nearly stopped. They considered that lovely weather? He glanced at his environmental officer, who was already shaking his head in disbelief. The readings were clear. Stepping onto that planet's surface would be suicide for any of his crew. "I regret that our environmental requirements make such a visit impossible," Raxon managed to say diplomatically. "Perhaps we could arrange a meeting on our vessel?" "Oh, of course." Captain Chen nodded understandingly. "We'll send up a delegation. Just one question. What's your standard atmospheric pressure? We'll need to know what suits to bring." 2.3 atmospheres, Raxon replied automatically, then added with concern, "Your species can survive pressure changes of that magnitude?" "Oh, that's nothing," Chen waved dismissively. "We've got deep-sea researchers who work at pressures 50 times that. We'll be up in an hour. Chen out." As the transmission ended, Raxon slowly sank back into his command chair. 50 times standard pressure? Deep-sea research? He looked around at his stunned bridge crew, their expressions matching his own disbelief. "Send word to the Death Worlder Council," he ordered quietly. "Tell them we need to reevaluate our definition of Death World, and someone get me a drink, a strong one." As his crew rushed to comply, Raxon continued staring at the image of Earth rotating serenely in space. The Cartharians had always prided themselves on being among the galaxy's toughest species. Now, for the first time in his life, he felt like a soft-worlder. Somewhere on that horrific planet, these humans were preparing to visit his ship, probably thinking about what snacks to bring along. Raxon had a feeling the galaxy was about to become a much more interesting place. The grand chamber of the Death Worlder Council buzzed with nervous energy. High Counselor Vex's crystalline form caught the light as she moved to the center platform, her faceted surface reflecting scattered rainbow patterns across the assembled representatives. The emergency session had been called within hours of Commander Raxon's report, bringing together the 4 most powerful species in known space. "The data is conclusive," Vex announced, her voice resonating through the chamber's perfect acoustics. "We are not, as we believed, alone in our evolutionary advantages." She gestured, and a holographic Earth appeared above the assembly. Supreme Commander Krull of the Juggernaut Collective snorted, his massive 12-foot frame shifting in his reinforced chair. "Impossible, look at them. No armor, no claws, soft skin. They're prey species who got lucky with technology." "Lucky?" Commander Raxon stepped forward, still shaken from his encounter. "They live in conditions that would kill any of us in minutes. Their world experiences temperature swings that would shatter your bones, Krull. They call it weather and complain that it makes their hair frizzy." The Nixari representative, Hunter Prime Tal, leaned forward, her predatory eyes narrowing. "Our preliminary analysis suggests they are apex predators, despite their appearance. They persist in hunting even with abundant food supply. They chase prey to exhaustion, continuing long after stronger species would give up." "They do what?" Krull's 4 eyes blinked in succession. "Persistence hunting," Tal explained, bringing up new data streams. "Keep going. Their endurance exceeds any known species, and that's just the beginning. Look at their adaptation range." The display shifted, showing humans living in environments from Arctic tundra to scorching deserts. The chamber fell silent as the implications sank in. "This cannot stand," Supreme General Nash of the Vexthor Dominion declared, his crystalline form vibrating with concern. "If they can survive such extremes, what happens when they expand beyond their world? They could colonize anywhere." "They already are," Raxon interrupted, pulling up his ship scans. "They have settlements in orbit, a base on their moon and preliminary colonies on Mars, a planet almost as hostile as their homeworld. They call these ventures baby steps." High Counselor Vex raised her appendages for silence as the chamber erupted in worried conversations. "The question before us is clear. How do we approach these humans? Traditional power dynamics may not apply here." "My crew prepared a standard diplomatic welcome package," Raxon offered. "They sent back suggestions for improvements, including 6 different recipes for something called barbecue. They want to host a welcome party on their planet's surface." "A trap," Kroll declared confidently. "No," Tal interjected, her hunting instincts giving weight to her words. "They're being genuine. They don't see their world as hostile. To them, we're the strange ones for needing environmental suits just to visit." The display shifted again, showing humans participating in various activities: swimming in liquid water, climbing frozen mountains, running through sandstorms, surviving conditions that would kill any other known species. "Look at this," Vex highlighted one recording. "They voluntarily jump from high altitudes for entertainment. They call it skydiving. Their young engage in recreational activities they call sports," Tal added, "including one where they purposely collide with each other at high speeds. They wear minimal protection and consider this normal." General Nash's crystalline surface flickered with distress patterns. "We must send an investigation team. Learn more about these humans before they realize their potential advantage." "Too late," Raxon said quietly. "During our first contact, they mentioned wanting to exchange scientific data. They're particularly interested in our medical technology. Not for themselves, but because they think it might help them better treat their pets." "Their what?" Kroll leaned forward, nearly breaking his reinforced chair. "Apparently they share their homes with smaller creatures, for companionship. They spend considerable resources keeping these animals healthy and comfortable, despite no obvious benefit to themselves." The chamber fell silent again as the implications sank in. A species so adaptable they treated survival as an afterthought. So confident they devoted resources to caring for other species purely for emotional reasons. High Counselor Vex's surface rippled with decision patterns. "We will send a joint delegation, representatives from all our species. We need to understand these humans better." She paused, her crystals refracting light in complex patterns. "And someone needs to verify their claims about this barbecue. For diplomatic reasons, of course." "I volunteer," Tal said quickly, her hunting instincts clearly intrigued by the concept of cooked meat. "The delegation will depart immediately," Vex declared. "Commander Raxon, you'll lead, since you've already established contact, and..." She hesitated. "Bring environmental suits. Lots of them. We may be Deathworlders, but compared to humans, we're starting to look like tourists on a pleasure planet." As the council dispersed, Raxon checked his latest update from Earth. Captain Chen had sent more messages, including an invitation to something called a tailgate party before the diplomatic meetings began. Apparently, it involved gathering in an open parking lot, deliberately exposing oneself to the elements while consuming food cooked outdoors. "They're either the bravest or the most insane species we've ever encountered," Raxon muttered to himself. "Why not both?" Tal asked, falling into step beside him. After all, only humans would look at a Category 12 death world and think, "Yes, this looks like a nice place to evolve civilization and have picnics." Raxon couldn't argue with that logic. As he prepared for the mission ahead, he wondered what other surprises these humans had in store for them. One thing was certain: the galaxy's power dynamics were about to change dramatically. From the safety of their reinforced observation pod, the alien delegation watched humanity with growing bewilderment. Commander Raxon kept a detailed log, though each entry seemed more outlandish than the last. Observation log, Day 3. The humans have taken us to what they call a gym. Inside, they voluntarily subject themselves to simulated labor, lifting heavy objects repeatedly for no apparent purpose other than to make the task more challenging in the future. When asked why, our guide Tucker Martinez simply said, "Gotta get those gains, bro." We remain uncertain what these gains are. Hunter Prime Tal peered through the observation window at a human performing something called deadlifts. Her sensory frills twitched with each movement. "They're deliberately straining their muscles to the point of micro-tears," she noted. "And they do this for recreation?" "Apparently they grow stronger by repeatedly damaging and healing themselves," Kroll rumbled, watching a human bench press nearly their own body weight. "It's like their entire species decided that what doesn't kill them literally makes them stronger." The next observation location proved even more confounding. Raxon activated his recording device again. Observation log, day 5. We're at a human sporting event called hockey. They deliberately slide across frozen water, crashing into each other while chasing a small disc. When one human lost several teeth from an impact, the crowd cheered as he waved and smiled, bleeding, before returning to the game. The other humans call this playing through the pain and consider it admirable. General Nash's crystalline form vibrated with concern. Their young are present, watching this display of violence. They're taking notes and wearing miniature versions of player uniforms. "Speaking of their young," Tal interjected, pulling up her own observations, "I've been monitoring their educational facilities. Their children engage in an activity called recess, where they're released into an outdoor arena to run, climb, and engage in mock combat. The supervisors only intervene if someone draws blood or breaks a major bone." Raxon added another entry. "The humans call their children's play area a playground. It's essentially a training ground filled with obstacles, climbing structures, and opportunities for dangerous falls. They consider this essential for proper development." The delegation moved to their next observation point, a coastal area. What they witnessed there nearly caused Kroll to crash their pod in shock. Observation log, day 7. Humans are deliberately swimming in the ocean. Let me repeat that. They are voluntarily immersing themselves in an environment containing countless predators, powerful currents, and salt water that would corrode most species' protective layers. They call this a beach vacation and pay money to do it. "Look at that one." Tal pointed at a human on something called a surfboard. "They're riding liquid water formations for entertainment. Those waves could crush our strongest vessels, and they're laughing." Their observations of human cities proved equally disturbing. Raxon struggled to maintain scientific objectivity in his logs. Observation log, day 10. Humans build vertically, creating structures they call skyscrapers that deliberately challenge their planet's gravitational pull. When asked about the risk of collapse, our guide Lisa Chen laughed and said they engineer them to withstand something called earthquakes, when their planet's crust randomly decides to shake everything apart. General Nash focused his sensors on a construction site. Their workers are suspended hundreds of feet in the air, secured by mere straps and ropes. They're eating their midday meal up there, dangling over the abyss, sharing what they call lunch. The final straw came during their observation of a human emergency response team. Raxon's log entry for that day was particularly agitated. Observation log, day 12, witnessed human firefighters in action. These specialists deliberately run into burning buildings to rescue others. They consider this a normal occupation. When fire threatened to collapse a structure, one human said, and I quote, "hold my coffee before charging in to save a small animal their species keeps as a pet." Tal reviewed their compiled data, her hunting instincts thoroughly confused. "We've been measuring their strength all wrong," she concluded. "We focused on their physical capabilities, muscle density, bone structure, cellular resistance. But their true strength, it's their sheer audacity." "They don't just survive on their death world," Kroll agreed, his massive frame slumped in resignation. "They actively seek out ways to make it more challenging. They invented something called extreme sports because regular sports weren't dangerous enough." Raxon made his final log entry of the observation phase. Preliminary conclusion: humans are Category 12 Deathworlders, not because their planet forced them to be, but because they chose to become so. They deliberately expose themselves to harsh conditions, intentionally strain their bodies, and willingly face dangers that would terrify most species. They don't just adapt to challenges, they actively seek them out and invent new ones when they get bored. Should we tell the council? Nash asked, his crystalline surface showing stress patterns. Tell them what? Tal responded. That we found a species that treats our worst nightmares as their weekend entertainment? That they invented something called caffeine to make themselves even more hyperactive and alert? We have to tell them something, Raxon sighed, watching a human child fearlessly pet a large predatory canine. The council needs to understand that everything we assumed about survival and adaptation needs to be reconsidered. Perhaps, Kroll suggested, we should just tell them that humans are unique. Unique? Raxon laughed. Yesterday I watched a human eat something they called ghost peppers. That would be classified as a chemical weapon on most worlds. They streamed it live for entertainment. Unique doesn't begin to cover it. The delegation prepared to return to their ship, each member lost in thought about the implications of their observations. As they lifted off, they watched a group of humans preparing for something called a marathon, voluntarily running 26.2 miles for fun. May the cosmic forces help us all, Raxon muttered. We thought we were the galaxy's ultimate survivors. Turns out we're just tourists on an adventure holiday compared to humans. The diplomatic meeting was scheduled for what humans called high noon, apparently choosing the time of day when their solar radiation exposure was at its peak, because of course they would. Commander Raxon adjusted his environmental suit for the 18th time, watching through the reinforced windows as the human delegation approached the neutral meeting ground. Ambassador Rebecca Patel led the human group, wearing what she called business casual attire, apparently considering environmental protection unnecessary for a formal diplomatic event. Behind her walked Major James Cooper, their military attaché, casually drinking something called hot coffee in the sweltering 35-degree heat. Welcome to the first official meeting between Earth and the Deathworlder Council, Ambassador Patel announced cheerfully. I hope you don't mind meeting outdoors. We thought it would be more comfortable for everyone. Kroll's translation device must have malfunctioned. Comfortable? It's nearly 308 Kelvin out here. Oh, is it too cool? Patel asked with genuine concern. We can move to the sun side of the building if you'd prefer. Or maybe the greenhouse? It's a lovely 40 degrees in there. Tal's hunting frills flattened against her neck in disbelief. You maintain structures at even higher temperatures. Deliberately? Just for the tropical plants, Major Cooper explained, taking another sip of his steaming beverage. Though the sauna goes up to 80 degrees if anyone's interested. Great for relaxing after a workout. The alien delegation exchanged horrified glances through their protective visors. Perhaps we should proceed with the formal introductions, Raxon suggested hastily, before anyone could ask what a sauna was. We have prepared information packets about our respective species. Oh yes, Patel brightened. We've prepared some too, along with samples of various Earth cultures. Would anyone like to try some sushi? It's raw fish, or maybe some kimchi. It's spicy fermented vegetables. General Nash's crystalline form vibrated in alarm. You consume uncooked biological matter and deliberately spoiled plant material? Don't worry, we brought mild versions, Cooper assured them, completely misunderstanding the source of their concern. Though personally, I prefer the extra spicy stuff. Really clears the sinuses. The meeting proceeded with a series of increasingly shocking revelations. The humans casually mentioned their space program started with them literally strapping themselves to explosive devices. They talked about deep-sea exploration, as if crushing pressures were a minor inconvenience. They discussed mountain climbing like it was a pleasant weekend activity rather than a near-death experience. And here's our proposal for cultural exchange programs, Patel continued brightly. We thought starting with sports might be fun, something simple, like baseball or rock climbing. You want to start cultural exchange with activities involving high-speed projectiles and vertical ascension without protective gear? Raxon asked weakly. Well, we could do football instead, Cooper offered helpfully, though the tackling might take some getting used to. Tal, who had been reviewing the human information packet, suddenly made a choking sound. It says here humans can survive for several minutes without breathing. Oh yeah, free diving is amazing, Cooper nodded enthusiastically. The current record is over 24 minutes, though that's with specialized training, of course. The entire alien delegation stared at him in stunned silence. Perhaps, Raxon suggested carefully, we should focus on less physical, cultural exchanges first. Art, music. Great idea, Patel beamed. We'll start with something accessible. Have you heard of extreme metal, or maybe parkour performances? As the meeting continued, it became increasingly clear that humans had no concept of their own extraordinary resilience. They spoke of surviving in space, exploring ocean trenches, and climbing frozen mountains as if these were perfectly reasonable things to do for fun. The final straw came when Patel casually mentioned their plans for Mars colonization. We're thinking of terraforming it eventually, but for now we'll just set up habitats, though the reduced gravity will take some getting used to. Might need to design new sports to keep colonists fit. Raxon made a mental note to update the Council's classification system. They needed a new category entirely, something beyond Deathworlder. Something that captured the essence of a species that looked at the most hostile environments in the galaxy and thought, I wonder if I could do a triathlon there. As the meeting concluded, Ambassador Patel invited them to a casual barbecue. Nothing fancy, she assured them. Just some grilled food, maybe some volleyball, and if anyone's interested, Tom brought his hot sauce collection. We thank you, Raxon said quickly, but we should return to our ship to process this information. Of course, Patel smiled understandingly. Space lag must be tough. We'll send you home with some espresso. Really helps with jet lag, so it should work for space travel too. The alien delegation retreated to their ship, each member trying to process what they'd learned. Humans weren't just surviving on a death world, they were thriving, expanding, and apparently looking for ways to make other planets more like their lethal homeworld. Well, Tal said finally, at least they're friendly. Yes, Raxon agreed, watching through the view screen as the humans began setting up their barbecue anyway, undeterred by their guests' departure. Let's just hope they never realize they're the scariest species in the galaxy. The Grand Chamber bristled with tension as Champion Raykar of the Juggernaut Collective stepped forward. Standing nearly 14 feet tall, his armored exoskeleton gleaming under the chamber lights, he addressed the assembled delegations with barely contained aggression. These humans mock us with their casual superiority, Raykar growled, his massive claws clicking against the chamber floor. They treat our greatest achievements as their children's playtime. I propose a challenge to establish the true hierarchy of strength. Ambassador Patel, looking impossibly small next to the towering alien, merely smiled. Commander Raxon felt his scales tighten with anxiety. He'd learned that human smiles didn't always mean what you thought they did. What kind of challenge did you have in mind? Patel asked pleasantly, sipping from a steaming cup of coffee, her third of the morning. Trial by combat, Raykar declared. Your strongest warrior against me. Traditional Juggernaut rules. No weapons, no armor, pure physical contest. The alien delegation held their breath, expecting the humans to decline such an obviously suicidal proposal. Instead, Patel checked her phone. Sounds fun. When were you thinking? We've got a couple of Marines who just finished their morning PT and are probably looking for something to do. Or did you want to make it more interesting? Raykar's secondary arms twitched in confusion. More interesting? Well, if we're testing physical capabilities, why not make it an actual competition? Maybe a triathlon, or an obstacle course. We could live stream it, make it a proper event. The internet would love it. Commander Raxon fought the urge to bang his head against the nearest wall. Of course, the humans would treat a life or death challenge as an opportunity for entertainment. You dare to mock the sacred combat traditions of the Juggernaut Collective? Raykar's voice boomed through the chamber. Not at all, Patel replied cheerfully. I'm just suggesting we have fun with it. Tell you what, let's make it a 3-part challenge. You pick one event, we pick one, and the third is mutual agreement. That way everyone gets to showcase their strengths. The chamber erupted in murmurs. This was unprecedented. Raycar's combat challenges were legendary across 7 star systems. No one had ever suggested turning one into a sporting event. Very well, Raycar snarled. First challenge, weightlifting competition. Pure strength. Cool, Patel tapped something into her phone. We pick endurance running for the second event. Marathon distance okay with everyone? Raxon watched Raycar's expression shift from confidence to confusion. You expect me to run 26.2 miles? Oh, don't worry, we'll set up water stations. Now for the third event. Any thoughts? Rock climbing could be fun. Or maybe swimming. This is not a game. Raycar slammed his fist into the ground, leaving a sizable dent in the reinforced flooring. Everything's a game if you have the right attitude, Patel grinned. But if you're looking for something more traditional, we could do wrestling. Good old-fashioned grappling, no holds barred of making it a proper event. Maybe set up some bleachers, get a food truck or two. Commander Raxon watched in fascination as the mighty champion Raycar, terror of the Outer Rim, was reduced to confused silence by human enthusiasm. The champion had expected fear, defiance, or desperate negotiation. Instead, he got event planning and catering arrangements. The sacred challenge cannot be turned into a public spectacle, Commander Raycar protested weakly. Too late, Rodriguez showed her phone screen. It's already trending on social media. #Space Throwdown is getting a lot of buzz. The livestream channel has 500,000 subscribers already. As the chamber dissolved into chaos, with various species arguing about broadcast rights and whether betting would be allowed, Commander Raxon approached Ambassador Patel. You planned this, he accused quietly. Not exactly, she smiled, but we figured someone would eventually try to prove their superiority through combat. Humans have been doing that dance for millennia. We just learned to make it more entertaining. And this Dave person, he can actually compete with Champion Raycar? Oh, probably, but more importantly, he's going to have fun doing it. That's what really drives Raycar nuts, you know. Not that we can match him physically, but that we'll enjoy the challenge. As Raxon watched Raycar stomp out of the chamber, already being followed by floating camera drones, he realized humanity had won before the competition even started. They'd taken a deadly serious challenge and transformed it into tomorrow's viral entertainment. May the cosmic forces have mercy on us all, he muttered. Don't worry, Patel patted his armored shoulder. We're ordering extra snacks, though you might want to skip the jalapeno poppers. We're making them competition-level spicy. The competition site buzzed with activity as thousands of spectators gathered. Food trucks lined the perimeter, selling everything from tacos to Thai food. Champion Raycar stood in his designated area, watching in disbelief as humans treated his sacred challenge like a festival. Dave Martinez, the human champion, was doing light stretches while chatting with fans and signing autographs. He looked ridiculously small next to Raycar's massive frame. The weightlifting competition started exactly as everyone expected. Raycar easily pressed weights that would crush most spacecraft. The crowd cheered appreciatively, treating his display of legendary strength like a decent opening act. Then Dave stepped up. While he couldn't match Raycar's raw power, his technique and endurance proved remarkable. He kept lifting well past the point of exhaustion, pushing through barriers that should have been physically impossible. But it was the marathon that changed everything. 3 hours in, Raycar collapsed, his mighty body giving out under the relentless Earth gravity and distance. Dave jogged back to check on him, offered him water, then continued running. He finished the race, turned around, and ran back to make sure his competitor was okay. Good effort, big guy. Dave patted Raycar's armor. Want to grab a protein shake before the wrestling? The wrestling match never happened. Raycar, his pride and understanding of the universe thoroughly shattered, formally withdrew from the challenge. But the true revelation came during his concession speech. We thought we were the galaxy's ultimate survivors, Raycar announced to the crowd. We were wrong. Humans don't just survive, they thrive on adversity. They embrace it, transform it into entertainment, make it fun. Commander Raxon watched from the observation deck as humans helped Raycar to the medical tent. chattering excitedly about organizing intergalactic sports leagues and cultural exchange programs. "They're going to change everything, aren't they?" Nash asked quietly. "They already have," Raxon replied. "The galaxy's strongest species aren't those who merely survive deadly conditions. They're the ones who look at those conditions and say, 'Hey, we could make a game out of this.'" The event concluded with an impromptu barbecue. Humans and aliens mingled, sharing stories and food. Even Raykar found himself enjoying something called a chili dog, though his environmental suit's sensors strongly advised against it. As the sun set on this new era of galactic relations, Commander Raxon made one final log entry. "We thought we were the Death Worlders. Turns out we were just playing in the shallow end of the pool. Humanity doesn't just survive the impossible, they turn it into a spectator sport. The galaxy will never be the same." And maybe that's exactly what we needed. One standard galactic year after first contact, Commander Raxon sat in his favorite observation lounge aboard the Galactic Council station, watching humans revolutionize everything they touched. His personal log had become less of a formal record and more of a bewildered commentary on humanity's impact on galactic society. Personal log, final entry. The humans have done it again. They've turned the toxic storms of Nexus Prime into what they call extreme surfing opportunities. The Nexari are simultaneously terrified and thrilled. Tourist revenue has increased 300% this quarter alone. He took a sip from his drink, some human concoction called hot chocolate that his environmental suit had finally approved after extensive modifications, and continued recording. The Juggernaut Collective's Sacred Combat Trials have been transformed into something called the Intergalactic Olympics. Former champion Raykar is now a sports commentator with his own streaming channel. His show Smash or Pass, where he critiques various extreme sports, has become the galaxy's highest-rated entertainment program. Through the lounge window, he watched a human construction team installing what they called a zip line between space station sections. Apparently, regular transportation tubes weren't exciting enough. The Vexathor Dominion has opened their crystal caves for what humans call spelunking tours. General Nash now leads meditation retreats where humans come to experience the resonance of crystal formations. He's written a best-selling book titled Zen and the Art of Crystal Harmonics. A group of human children raced past his observation post, wearing junior environmental suits decorated with cartoon characters. Behind them, their alien classmates struggled to keep up, already exhausted from what humans considered light exercise. The education exchange programs have been interesting. Human children think zero-gravity recess is totally awesome. Their games have become so popular that the Council had to establish special safety protocols for interspecies playground activities. Who knew tag could be so dangerous in 3 dimensions? Raxon adjusted his seat as the station's artificial gravity fluctuated slightly. The humans had suggested dynamic gravity zones to make exercise more challenging, because apparently regular exercise wasn't difficult enough. The humans have also revolutionized our food culture. They introduced something called fusion cuisine to the galactic community. Last week I witnessed a Juggernaut chef crying tears of joy over something called ghost pepper ice cream. The medical bay has never been busier.
The massive Imperial flagship Eternal Dawn emerged from hyperspace like a steel mountain against the stars.
The galaxy used to be a quiet place.
The grand hall was filled with a hum of whispered voices, the excited chatter of young minds eager to prove themselves. The Alien Academy had brought together students from across the galaxy, each from a different species, to be tested on their knowledge and abilities. The vast, crystalline structure of the Academy sparkled in the starlight, its walls covered in holographic projections of galaxies, distant stars, and planets. This was no ordinary school. This was a place where beings from all corners of the universe came to push their limits, where the best minds came to be sharpened. Here, knowledge was not just a pursuit, it was an honor, a responsibility. At the front of the room stood Professor Julgar, a being known across the galaxy for his intellect and vast understanding of cosmic science. His species, the Veltrians, were renowned for their encyclopedic knowledge of astronomy, physics, and the intricacies of the universe. They had studied the stars for millennia, tracing their movements with precision that few other species could even begin to comprehend. Julgar's reputation had made him both respected and feared among his students. His classroom was a mix of pupils from different worlds, each of them representing an advanced species with unique abilities, technologies, and philosophy.
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance." Walker stepped forward. "This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean?" The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision." Commander Reed whispered to Walker, "That sounds more like colonization than an alliance." Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. "We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council?" 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. "And if we decline?" Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vorks's eyes blinked simultaneously. "That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies." After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. "They're giving us an ultimatum," said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. "Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures." Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. "The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach." "What do you mean?" asked the Secretary General. "They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all." Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. "Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follows strict, linear patterns." The room fell silent as Reed continued. "We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise. General Martinez stood up. Are you suggesting we have a chance against them? Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope. Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years. A revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. The Chimera isn't ready, said the science director. We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The Chaos Drive is still unpredictable. Unpredictable might be exactly what we need, Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the E2 end the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. Captain Walker, Commander Reed. The Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer. A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. The linear cannon, Admiral Vorks announced with pride. The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty. Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In Council thinking, impressive, he said carefully. Earth has nothing comparable. Of course not, Vorks replied. Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer? Reed asked. The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying human settlements. As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos, Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt. As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke. Again, both watching the massive Council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the Council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes, the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from Council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the Council lived by. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his four-fingered hand, and a three-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. Today, we will show you the true might of the Council, he announced. Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely. Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. We appreciate your candor, Admiral. A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline. His mandibles clicked as he spoke. The demonstration will begin shortly. Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the 3 ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of Council military doctrine." "And if the target moves?" Reed asked innocently. Several Council members made sounds that might have been laughter. "A common question from species new to galactic conflict," Vork said condescendingly. "In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for forces where the target will be, not where it is." "Fascinating," Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. "Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history." Admiral Vorks tilted his head. "Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives, because you lack the ability to achieve perfection." The demonstration continued as the Council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly. "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of Council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex 3-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. "Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship," Vorks explained. "There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia." Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied. "But every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the Council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious. Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. Their entire strategy revolves around predictability, Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. They expect enemies to follow patterns. They can calculate. Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line, Walker added. It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection. Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario, Reed said. Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy. When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. How bad is it? Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations. And? The Secretary General asked. And humanity has never fought that way, Walker replied. Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary. Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before. General Martinez leaned forward. Project Thunderbolt? Walker nodded. The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative. Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the Earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. She doesn't look like much, General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. That's the point. The Council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing. Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. She's ready, Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different. Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. The Council's ships and their weapons operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite. He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. In simple terms, the General asked, she doesn't move through space, space moves around her, Thompson said. The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her. Walker added, and that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on. The General studied the strange ship. And the weapons? Thompson's face lit up with pride. Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable. He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable.
The hull screamed before I even understood we were under attack. I was strapped into the command chair of the Kestrel, halfway through a sip of cold coffee, watching ice crystals drift past the forward window like slow snow. We had been parked above Bishop's Reach for 3 quiet days, running supply rotations and listening to the steady hum of a station that mined ore from the rings of a gas giant at the very edge of human space. 3 boring, beautiful days. I would have given anything to keep them boring. Then the sky tore open. 6 shapes dropped out of folded space all at once, so close to the station that the gravity wash rattled my teeth. They were enormous. Each one was longer than Bishop's Reach itself, dark and ribbed like the bones of something that had died and learned to keep moving anyway. They did not slow. They did not hail us first, the way ships are supposed to. They simply arrived, fanned out in a slow, patient arc, and waited. Captain Holt, my pilot, Owen Webb, had gone pale under his freckles. His hands were already on the controls. "Captain, those aren't ours." "I can see that, Owen. Those aren't anybody's." He was right, and that was the thing that made the back of my neck go cold. In 9 years flying the frontier, I had logged every registered hull humanity owned, and most of the Wildcat ships that pretended not to exist. I had never seen anything like the shapes hanging over Bishop's Reach. They had no running lights, no insignia, no visible engines, just a faint shimmer along their flanks like heat coming off summer pavement. "Sam, get me the station," I said. My comms officer, Sam Porter, was already working. Sweat stood out on his forehead. "Channels open, Captain. They're panicking over there. Director Hans is asking what we want them to do." That was the wrong question. The station director was asking a 30-year-old escort captain what to do about 6 ships the size of small moons. I did not have an answer. What I had was a crew of 41 people, a fast little ship built to chase smugglers, and a very bad feeling crawling up my spine. Then the message came. It did not come on any human frequency. It came on all of them at once, and on a few we did not even use, flooding every receiver on the station and aboard my ship with the same flat, patient voice. The translation matrix stumbled, caught up, and turned it into words I could understand. I have heard that recording 1,000 times since. I will never forget a syllable of it. "Population of the listed system. You are addressed by the Concordance. Your species has been surveyed, indexed, and assigned. Your compliance rating is provisional. You will cease all transmissions, power down all weapons, and prepare your installations for assessment. Resistance will be recorded and corrected. Submission will be rewarded with continued existence. This message will not repeat. The assessment begins now." For a moment, nobody on the bridge said anything. The coffee was still cold in my hand. I set it down very carefully, the way you set down something when you do not trust yourself to hold it. "Indexed," Lena Voss said quietly. She was my science officer, sharp-eyed and usually the calmest person in any room. She did not sound calm now. "They said surveyed and indexed, Captain. They have been watching us. For a long time, long enough to give us a number." "Compliance rating," Marcus Lowe added from the tactical station. Marcus was a big man with a slow voice, and the slowness was gone. "They've got a file on us, like we're livestock that hasn't been weighed yet." I have thought a great deal about that moment, in the years since, about what it must look like to be on the other side of it. The Concordance had done this before. They had done it hundreds of times. They dropped out of the dark above some young species frontier, recited their flat little speech, and watched the lights go dark and the weapons power down. They had a script, and the script always worked, because every species they had ever met had done the math the same way the Concordance had. 6 impossible ships against 41 people meant you put your hands up and prayed. They had a number for us, a provisional rating. They expected us to behave like every species before us. They had no idea who they had decided to file. "Director Hans is asking again," Sam said. His voice cracked. "He wants orders, Captain. The station has 1,100 people on it. Miners, families. There are kids over there, Captain."
1100. The number landed in my chest like a stone. I unstrapped from the command chair and stood, because I think better on my feet, and because I did not want my crew to see how badly my legs wanted to shake. "Lena," I said, "tell me about those ships. Fast. What are they built to do?" She pulled the sensor returns onto the main display, layering them over each other, her hands moving in quick, clean gestures. Heavy, dense, mostly shielding and power, very little we'd call living space, which means most of the crew is somewhere deep inside, or there's no crew at all. The shimmer along the flanks is a deflection field, and it's tuned, Captain. Tight. I'm reading energy capacitors charging across all 6. They're warming up to fire. Tuned for what? She looked up at me, and I saw her understand the question a half second before she answered it. Energy weapons. The field is shaped to bleed off beam and plasma. It's a wall against the kind of war they expect to fight. Lasers, particle cannons, that whole family. They've built their defense around the assumption that everyone shoots light at them. That was the first crack. I did not see the whole picture yet, but I felt the edge of it, the way you feel a step in the dark before your foot finds it. "Marcus," I said, "our cannons. If we hit one of those fields with everything the Kestrel has, what happens?" "Nothing good for us," he said honestly. "We tickle it, they notice, they turn around. We become a very small cloud." That's what I thought. I turned to the window. Bishop's Reach hung in front of us, a wheel of light and metal, turning slowly against the bruise-colored bands of the gas giant. And beyond it, gleaming faintly in the planet's outer ring, a long, slender structure I had walked past a dozen times without thinking about it. The ore launcher. Bishop's Reach did not ship its ore in slow tugs. That cost too much fuel. Instead, the station mined the dense metal out of the rings, packed it into raw slugs, and fired those slugs along a rail nearly 4 kilometers long, flinging them at tremendous speed toward a collection point in the inner system, where they could be caught and processed. It was a mass driver, a cargo gun. It threw rock and metal so fast that the slugs glowed. It was not a weapon. Nobody had ever built it to be a weapon. The Concordance, surveying us from the dark, indexing us, assigning us a number, would have looked at that launcher and seen exactly what it was, a tool for moving ore. They had built their beautiful tuned shields to stop the war they expected. They had never once imagined that the war they were about to start would be fought with rocks. "Sam," I said, and my voice came out steadier than I felt. "Patch me through to Director Hans. Private channel, just him and me." A click, a frightened breath on the other end. "Captain Holt, please. I don't know what they want me to do. The station was never built for." "Marcus, I need you to listen to me," I said. "I need you to stop talking and listen, because we have about 4 minutes and then those ships are going to start their assessment, and I don't think we are going to like what that means. Can you do that? Can you listen?" A swallow. Yes, I can listen." "Your ore launcher, is it loaded?" A pause, the kind that means a person is trying to understand a question that makes no sense. "The launcher? Yes. There's a slug in the rail and a full magazine behind it. We were going to do a shipment run tomorrow. But Captain, that's a cargo gun. It can't." "I know what it is. I need control of it. I need to be able to aim it. And I need you to do exactly what I tell you. Exactly when I tell you. And I need you to start evacuating everyone you can into the deep core sections and the lifeboats right now. This second, while we talk. Can you give me the launcher?" The silence stretched so long I thought I had lost him. Then, in a voice that had found something underneath the fear, he said, "It was built to throw ore at the inner system. The inner system is that way. A beat. Those ships are not that way." "No," I agreed. "They're not. But the rail traverses. It was designed to adjust for orbital drift. How far can it swing?" "Enough." His voice firmed. "It can swing enough. I'll route control to your ship. I'll get my people into the core. Captain Holt." Another pause. "Whatever you're about to do it well." I have replayed that exchange more times than I can count. A frightened administrator who had never held a weapon in his life, deciding in the space of one breath to hand a cargo gun to a stranger, because the alternative was watching his station get assessed. People talk about the great battles of the war that followed, the fleets and the admirals and the famous last stands. They forget that it started with a man named Hans, and a machine for throwing rocks. Lena, I said, I need a firing solution. Treat the launcher as a kinetic weapon, lead the nearest ship, account for the field, but I don't think the field is going to matter, because their deflection is tuned for energy, and a slug of solid metal at launcher velocity is just mass. Mass doesn't care about their wall. She was already running it, her fingers flying. Working. Captain, if you're right, if that field really is energy only, then a slug at full launcher speed is going to hit them like a falling mountain. They will not see it as a threat. There's no energy signature on a thrown rock, no targeting lock for them to detect, nothing for their systems to flag. To them, it's going to look like debris. That's the idea. And if you're wrong about the field? I looked at the 6 dark shapes warming up to fire on 1,100 people. Then we tried. Solution coming up, Lena said. Owen, I need the Kestrel to hold this exact position. The launcher's tracking will calibrate off our sensor feed. If we drift, the slug drifts. Holding, Owen said, and the little ship steadied under us, fighting the gas giant's pull. On the main display, a thin line drew itself from the ore launcher, curving slightly to account for the slow turn of the station, reaching out across the dark toward the nearest of the 6 ships. The enemy vessel hung there, patient, fat with power, its tuned field shimmering, its capacitors climbing toward the moment when it would fire its first assessment on Bishop's Reach. Capacitors on the lead ship are at 90%, Marcus reported. 80 seconds, maybe less, before it fires. Director Hans, I said, are your people clear of the rail and the magazine? Clear, he said. Core sections sealed, lifeboats loading. We are as ready as we are going to be. Then on my mark, I want you to fire the launcher. Not one slug, the whole magazine, everything in the rail, one after another, as fast as it will cycle. Empty the gun. He did not ask why. I think he understood. A single slug they might dismiss as a freak piece of debris, an accident of the rings. A continuous stream of metal slugs, each one moving fast enough to glow, would be unmistakable, and by the time their tuned shields realized that the falling mountains were not going to bleed off the way light did, it would be far, far too late to do anything but feel it. Capacitors at 95, Marcus said. Captain. Lena, solution locked? Locked. Lead ship, dead center of mass. I took one breath. I thought about 1,100 people in the core sections. I thought about the flat, patient voice that had called us a listed population and given us a number. I thought, for just a moment, about how very surprised they were about to be. Fire, I said. Empty the gun. Bishop's Reach lit up. The ore launcher did not boom the way a cannon does. There is no air in the rings to carry sound. It simply began to throw, a strobing flicker of light running down the 4-kilometer rail, as slug after slug accelerated to a speed that turned solid metal into a line of fire. The first slug crossed the gap between the station and the lead enemy ship in less than a heartbeat. On the display, it was a thread of light reaching out, then touching, then job. The lead ship's tuned field flared as it tried to do its job. It was built to catch energy, to spread out the bite of a beam, to bleed away the heat of plasma. It met the first slug, a dense lump of mined metal, moving faster than anything that field had ever been designed to consider, and the field did exactly nothing, because there was no energy to bleed. There was only mass, and the field had no answer for mass, and the slug went through the shimmer like a stone through a soap bubble and struck the dark hull beneath. The second slug hit a half-second later, the third, the fourth. The launcher emptied its magazine in a long, stuttering line of light, and each slug arrived without a single energy signature for the enemy's systems to detect, without a targeting lock to warn them, without anything at all but the simple, ancient, undeniable fact of a heavy object moving very fast. The lead ship's lights went out. Not all at once. They flickered, surged, and then went dark in waves, rolling along the great ribbed flank of the vessel, as whatever ran inside it failed under the hammering. The tuned field collapsed. The faint shimmer along the flanks died. The fat, patient ship that had dropped out of folded space expecting to recite a speech and watch us power down our weapons, drifted, suddenly, like a thing that had forgotten how to hold itself up. Capacitors on the lead ship just went cold, Marcus said, and there was awe in his slow voice. It's Captain. It's tumbling. It's not firing. It's not anything. It's just falling. For a long moment, nobody on the bridge breathed. Then the other 5 ships moved. They had not understood, at first. I think that is the part that mattered most. Their systems had registered debris, a flag they had surely seen 1,000 times in 1,000 ring systems, and dismissed it, because nothing in their long history had ever thrown a mountain at them on purpose. By the time they understood that one of their own had just been struck dead by a cargo gun, the launcher was already empty, and Bishop's Reach was already reloading, and my little ship was already moving. Owen, get us into the rings, I said. Deep into the rings, right into the densest part, and I want you to fly like you've never flown before. Lena, keep the launcher fed off our feed. Director Hans, reload and fire again the instant you're able. Marcus, I want a debris map. The thickest rock in this system. Find it, because that is where we are going to live, and that is where they are going to come, and that is where their pretty energy shields are going to be worth exactly nothing. The Kestrel dove. Owen took us off the open dark above the station and down into the rings of the gas giant, into the slow grinding sea of ice and rock that wheeled around the planet in bands kilometers thick. Boulders the size of cities drifted past the window. Owen threaded them at a speed that should not have been possible, banking, rolling, using the rock for cover, and the 5 surviving enemy ships came after us, and after the station, and they fired. Their weapons were beautiful and terrible. Lances of pale fire reached out across the rings, splitting boulders, boiling ice into bright clouds. They were energy weapons, every one of them, exactly as Lena had said, because the Concordants built their war around the assumption that everyone fought with light. And in the rings, in the dense grinding rock, those beautiful weapons hit ice and stone far more often than they hit us, because Owen Webb kept a mountain between us and them every single time, and because a beam that strikes a boulder stops at the boulder. Owen flew like a man who had stopped being afraid, because fear had become a luxury he could not afford. A lance of pale fire boiled past the forward window, so close that the heat bloom whited out every sensor we had, and for one blind second, we were flying on nothing but the map inside Owen's head. In that second, he rolled us around a tumbling mountain of ice on pure instinct, and when the sensors cleared, we were threading a canyon of frozen rock with walls a kilometer high on either side, and a glowing scar burned across the boulder we had been hiding behind a heartbeat earlier. "How are you doing that?" Marcus asked, very quietly, the way a person speaks in a place that feels holy or doomed. "I am not thinking about it," Owen said through his teeth. "The moment I think about it, we stop existing. So please, all of you, do not make me think about it." Behind us, the great dark ships tried to follow us into the rock and could not. They were built for the clean, open geometry of deep space, where their range and their power and their patience decided everything, and in the grinding maze of the rings, they were blind giants swinging at shadows. Every time one of them committed to a firing line, the rock drank the shot. Every time one of them slowed to pick a careful path between the boulders, it handed the station's launcher another fistful of seconds to reload. I watched it unfold on the display, and somewhere underneath the terror, I felt the whole shape of the war we did not yet know we were in. They had the strength, we had the dark, and the rocks, and a pilot who refused to think about what his hands were doing, because thinking about it would have been the end of all of us. "They don't like the rings," Lena said, watching the sensor returns. "Their fire's getting wild. They're built to fight in open space, Captain, where their range and their shields and their power matter. In here, in the rock, it's close, and it's ugly, and it's confused, and that's not the war they know how to fight." "Then that's the only war we're going to give them," I said. "Director Hans, status." "Launcher reloaded," he said, and his voice had changed entirely now, had become the voice of a man who had discovered something about himself in the last 4 minutes that he was never going to forget. "Magazine full. Tell me where to throw." "Lena." "Second target locked," she said, same as before, dead center. "They still aren't reading the slugs as a threat, Captain. Their systems keep flagging them as debris and discarding them. They have not adapted. They do not know how." There it was again. That second crack, wider now, opening into something I could finally see the shape of. The Concordants had a number for us. They had a script. They had built their entire way of war on the certainty that they understood the species they hunted. And the thing they had never planned for, the gap in all their long, careful indexing, was that humans do not fight the war you expect. We fight the war we can win. We take the cargo gun, and we make it a weapon. We dive into the rock where your beautiful ships go blind. We throw mountains at things that have never once considered the possibility of being struck by a mountain. Fire, I said. Empty the gun again. Bishop's Reach lit up a second time, and a second enemy ship learned what the first had learned. That a tuned energy field is a wall against the war the Concordance knew, and an open door to the war humans were about to teach them. The slugs went through the shimmer and into the dark hull, and the lights rolled and died, and the great ribbed shape stopped firing and began, slowly, to fall. 2 down, 3 left, and those 3, at last, understood that something was wrong. They broke off. All 3 of the surviving ships pulled away from the station and away from the rings, climbing back toward open space where their war made sense. And for one wild moment, I thought we had done it. I thought we had actually driven them off with a cargo gun and a fast little ship and the desperate cleverness of 1,100 frightened miners. Then I saw what they were doing, and my stomach dropped. They were not fleeing, they were withdrawing to report. "Captain," Lena said quietly, "the lead survivor is building a folded space signal, a big one. It's not a weapon, it's a transmission. They're sending everything they recorded, the station, our ship, the launcher, all of it, back to wherever they came from." I watched the 3 dark shapes climb away from the rings, and I understood, with a cold clarity I have never quite shaken, exactly what had just happened. We had not won. We had survived, which is a different and rarer thing. And the price of surviving was that the Concordance now knew it had been wrong about us. They had filed us as a listed population with a provisional compliance rating, expecting us to power down and put our hands up like every species before us. Instead, we had thrown mountains. Instead, we had killed 2 of their impossible ships with a tool for moving ore. They were not going to file us as compliant. They were going to file us as a problem. And the Concordance, in all its long and patient history, had a way of dealing with problems. "Let them go," I said softly. "We can't stop the transmission, and we can't catch those ships. Owen, take us back to the station. Director Hans, get me a casualty count and a damage report. Lena, I want every scrap of data we just recorded on those ships. Their weapons, their shields, their movements, packaged and ready to transmit the instant we're clear of the rings. Every fleet, every world, every listening post humanity has. They need to know what's coming, and they need to know how it can be hurt. What it can be hurt with," Marcus said slowly, "is rocks." "Then that's what we tell them," I said. The Kestrel rose out of the rings as the 3 enemy ships folded space and vanished, carrying their report into the dark. Below us, Bishop's Reach turned slowly, scorched along one flank where a stray beam had caught it. Lifeboats clustered around its core like ducklings, but turning, intact, alive. 1,100 people, the first 1,100 people in human history to look up at the Concordance and refuse to power down. Director Hans's voice came over the channel one last time before we cleared the rings. He sounded exhausted and shaken, and underneath all of it, fierce. "Captain Holt," he said, "when you make that report, when you tell them what we did here, make sure you tell them this too. A breath. We didn't know who they were, but now they know who we are." I looked at the dark where the 3 ships had vanished, carrying their data home, and I thought about the flat, patient voice that had given us a number, and I thought about how very, very surprised somebody, somewhere, was about to be when they read what their survey ships had recorded above a frontier mining station nobody had ever heard of. "They started something here today," I said. "I don't think they understand yet what they started, but they will." We cleared the rings. Sam opened every channel humanity had, and I sent the warning out into the dark, the first warning of the war, carrying the data and the casualty count and the simple, impossible fact that 6 of their ships had come to assess us, and only 3 had gone home. I did not know then how far it would go. I did not know about the fleets, or the colony at Halden's World, or the thing they would build to end us, or the long, terrible road between that day above Bishop's Reach and the day it finally stopped. I did not know that the Concordance kept a record of every species it had ever broken, an index of subdued peoples reaching back further than human history, and that they were about to open a new entry under us. I only knew two things, as the Kestrel turned for home, with the warning streaming out behind it. The first was that the deadliest war humanity had ever faced had just begun. The second was that the Concordance had no idea, none at all, that the deadliest creatures in that war were going to be us. The recording from Bishop's Reach reached the Human Council 11 hours before the Concordance's reply did, and in those 11 hours, everything changed. I was in a debriefing room on Anchor Station, the great spinning hub above the inner colonies, when the Council finally understood what they were looking at. I had flown the Kestrel straight there, running her engines hot the whole way, because I did not trust a transmission to carry the weight of what we had seen. Some things you have to say in a room. The room was full of admirals and ministers and pale-faced analysts, and at the head of the long table sat Admiral Ruth Calder, a small gray-haired woman with eyes like cold iron, who had spent 40 years preparing for a war nobody believed would ever come. She watched the playback twice, the 6 ships dropping out of folded space, the flat, patient voice giving us a number, the ore launcher emptying its magazine into a tuned shield that had no answer for mass, 2 enemy vessels going dark and falling, 3 withdrawing to report. When it finished, the room was silent, and Admiral Calder looked down the table at me with those iron eyes. "You hit them with a cargo gun," she said. "Yes, Admiral. Because their shields are built to stop energy weapons, and a thrown rock has no energy signature for them to detect." "Yes, Admiral. Their entire defense is tuned for the war they expect. Beams, plasma, particle cannons, anything that flies is light. They never built a wall against mass, because in all their history, nobody ever made them." She was quiet for a moment. Then she stood, walked to the long window, and looked out at the colonies turning below us. Millions of lights, billions of people, a species that had spread across a double handful of worlds and thought, until 11 hours ago, that it was alone and safe. "They will come back," she said. "Not with 6 ships, with 600. They've recorded everything you did, which means by the time they arrive, their shields will be retuned, their tactics rewritten, their estimate of us corrected. The cargo gun worked once. It worked because it was a surprise. We will not get that surprise again." She turned. "But you taught me something more important than the trick, Captain Holt. You taught me how they think. They surveyed us. They indexed us. They assigned us a number before they ever fired a shot. That is a species that fights by formula. They have a procedure, and they have used it so many times on so many worlds that they have forgotten how to fight anyone who breaks the procedure." Her iron eyes found mine. "We are going to break their procedure so badly that their formula stops working entirely. And you, Captain, are going to help me do it." That was how the war truly began for me. Not above Bishop's Reach, where I had simply been trying to keep 41 people alive. But in that room, with Admiral Calder telling me that the thing which made humans dangerous was not the cargo gun, but the mind that had thought to use it. The Concordance's reply arrived 11 hours later. It was not a fleet, it was a message, broadcast on every frequency exactly as the first one had been, flat and patient and utterly without mercy. I have it memorized too. "Population of the surveyed worlds. Your compliance rating has been revised. Your species has demonstrated capacity for resistance. Resistance is a correctable condition. A correction fleet has been assigned. Your installations, your vessels, and your worlds will be brought into accordance. You are advised that no surveyed species has remained out of accordance for longer than required. This message will not repeat. No surveyed species had ever stayed out of accordance." That was the line that told me everything I needed to know. They had done this hundreds of times, maybe thousands, and they had a perfect record, and they were telling us about that record, the way a hunter tells a cornered animal that running is pointless. It was meant to break our nerve before the fleet ever arrived. It did not break our nerve. It made us furious, and furious humans are the most dangerous thing in the galaxy, though the Concordance had not yet learned that. We had 2 months before the correction fleet could reach us. 2 months is nothing for a navy. It is nothing for shipyards, but it is an eternity for a species with its back against the wall, and 1,000 clever, frightened, determined minds all pointed at the same problem. What we did in those 2 months has been written about endlessly since, and most of it is true, though the writers always make it sound grander and cleaner than it was. The truth is that it was messy and exhausting and improvised, and it worked precisely because it was all of those things. We did not try to build 600 warships. We could not. Instead, we took everything we already had and made it deadly. Ore haulers got mass drivers welded to their spines. Cargo guns turned into ship killers. Mining ships were packed with the heavy slugs that had killed 2 Concordance vessels above Bishop's Reach. Civilian freighters were stripped and filled with sensors and decoy emitters. Every shipyard in human space worked without stopping, not building grand fleets, but turning the ordinary machinery of a spacefaring civilization into 1,000 different ways to hurt an enemy that fought by formula. We did not have the Concordance's beautiful shields, or their patient, overwhelming power. We had rocks, and cleverness, and the willingness to do desperate things, and a refusal to fight the war they wanted us to fight. What I remember most from those weeks is not the shipyards, it is the messages. They came in faster than anyone could read them, from every corner of human space, from people nobody had asked. A retired propulsion engineer named Cora Hadley, who had not touched a drive coil in 30 years, walked into a yard on Ceres and rebuilt 3 burned-out injectors in a single night, then asked, quietly, where she could be useful next. A crew of asteroid miners from the Deep Belt painted a name on the side of their cargo launcher, a name they would not tell command, and flew it out to the staging line without orders, because they had heard what one launcher had done above Bishop's Reach, and they had decided that their rock thrower would do the same. Children sorted supply crates. Teachers learned to run sensor boards. An old freighter captain who had retired to a quiet colony world brought his ship back into service himself, scrubbed the rust off her, and signed on as a decoy pilot, which is the most dangerous job in a deception fleet and the least likely to bring you home. Nobody coordinated this. That is the part the Concordance could never have modeled. There was no single voice on a network telling humanity to rise, no nexus issuing the order. There were a billion separate decisions made by a billion separate people who had all, somehow, arrived at the same conclusion on their own, which was that they would rather throw everything they had at this enemy than live the small, safe life the enemy was offering. Asha said it best, late one night, watching the volunteer ships stack up in orbit like grain pouring into a silo. She said the Concordance kept waiting for our leaders to surrender, and they had not understood yet that we did not work that way. That the war did not run from the top down, that you could not make us stop by capturing whoever was in charge, because in the end, every single one of us was in charge. And we had me, apparently, because Admiral Calder had decided that the captain who threw mountains was exactly the kind of mind she needed close. My new orders came 3 weeks in. The Concordance, it turned out, did not simply appear out of nowhere. Their folded space travel required staging points, forward relays they seated ahead of a correction fleet to coordinate the jump and gather final survey data on the target. Our listening posts had detected one of these relays establishing itself at the edge of a place called the Veil, a vast nebula of glowing gas and dust that sat between us and the direction the Concordance's signals came from. The relay was lightly defended. 3 ships, the patient survey kind, gathering data and preparing to guide the correction fleet in. If we take that relay, Admiral Calder told me, we blind the correction fleet's approach. They lose their staging point. They lose the survey data they're gathering on us right now. And we capture, if we are very lucky and very good, a piece of Concordance technology, and possibly a living member of the species that has decided to correct us. We know almost nothing about them, Captain. We have never seen one. We do not know how they think, what they fear, where they break. I want that relay, and I want to know who is on the other side of that flat, patient voice. Why me, Admiral? Because taking that relay cannot be done with force. They will see force coming. It has to be done with a trick, and you are the best liar I have. A thin smile. I mean that as the highest compliment. So I went to the Veil, not with the Kestrel alone, but at the head of a small, strange flotilla. My own ship, 2 converted ore haulers bristling with mass drivers, and 4 stripped freighters packed with the most important weapons we had, which were not weapons at all, but lies. Decoy emitters, signal generators, machines built to make 3 ships look like 30, and to make 30 look like nothing at all. The Veil was beautiful and treacherous. The glowing gas played havoc with sensors, scattering signals, hiding things, lighting up false returns. The Concordance relay sat at its edge, 3 patient ships drifting in a slow formation, gathering their data, waiting for the correction fleet. They were watching the approaches with the careful attention of a species that had never once been surprised, scanning for warships, for fleets, for the kind of force that a sane species would bring against them. We did not bring force, we brought a story. Here is how it works, I told my flotilla captains over the encrypted channel, deep in the dust where the Concordance could not see us. They are watching for an attack, so we are not going to attack. We are going to be a trade convoy, a frightened, panicking trade convoy, fleeing the correction fleet, trying to slip past the relay and run for the deep colonies. We are going to make ourselves look exactly like what they expect a beaten species to do, which is run. And while they are watching the running convoy, while their attention is fixed on the ships fleeing past them, the real threat is going to come from a direction they are not watching, because their formula says, nobody attacks the Concordance, everybody runs from it. The decoy freighters lit up first. Their emitters painted the dust with the signatures of a dozen civilian ships, fat and slow and panicking, broadcasting frightened chatter on open channels that we knew the Concordance would intercept. Refugees, cowards, a beaten species in flight, exactly what their survey predicted. The 3 relay ships shifted, turning their patient attention toward the fleeing convoy, repositioning to intercept and assess, to add these running cowards to their data on how the human species behaved under correction. And while they turned to watch the lie, the Kestrel and the 2 ore haulers came up out of the deep dust from the opposite side, silent, dark, with no energy weapons charged for their shields to detect, carrying nothing but mass. I have flown a lot of approaches in my life. None of them felt like that one. We ran the Kestrel cold, drives down to a whisper. Every system we could spare switched off, coasting on the momentum we had built up hours before in the cover of the dust. No active sensors, no targeting locks, nothing that would put out a flicker of energy for their shields to taste. We sat in the dark, and we let the dead weight of the ship carry us toward the relay, and we watched the enemy on passive returns alone, ghosts of heat and light against the colored clouds of the nebula. Owen flew it by hand, barely breathing, nudging us with little cold puffs of gas that gave off no glow. Marcus had his slug racks loaded and his hands flat on the board, and he did not touch the fire control, because to fire early was to die, and he knew it. Sam kept the comms silent. Lena read the returns in a whisper so low, I had to lean toward her to hear. The whole crew held still in a way that human beings are not built to hold still, every nerve screaming to do something, to move, to act, while the only correct thing to do was nothing, was to wait, was to let the enemy go on believing that the only humans nearby were the frightened refugees fleeing on the far side of the cloud. 40 minutes we coasted like that. It felt like a year. And the relay grew on the screen from a point of light into a structure with windows, and still we did nothing, and still they did not see us. We were close before they understood. So close that when the first ore hauler emptied its mass driver into the nearest relay ship, the slugs crossed the gap almost instantly, through the tuned shield that still had no answer for raw metal, into the dark hull, and the relay ship's lights rolled and died, exactly as the ships above Bishop's Reach had died. The second hauler took the second relay ship a heartbeat later. 2 of the 3, dark and falling, before the third even finished turning back from the decoy convoy it had been so carefully assessing. The third ship did not die. I did not want it to. I wanted it whole. Marcus, I said, their engines. Cripple the engines, nothing else. Lena, the instant their drive is dead, I want our boarding teams across. Owen, get us alongside, and keep us there no matter what they do. It was not clean. Nothing in war is clean, and I will not pretend it was. But the third relay ship lost its engines to a precise, ugly volley, and the Kestrel came alongside, and the boarding teams went across into a vessel built by a species no human had ever met. And after a tense and terrible hour, they came back with something we had never had before. A prisoner. They brought it aboard the Kestrel in restraints, and I went down to the hold to look at the first member of the Concordance that human eyes had ever seen up close. It was tall, far taller than a person, with a long, narrow body and limbs that bent in too many places, and skin like polished gray stone. Its eyes were deep and dark, and unsettlingly calm, even in restraints, even surrounded by armed humans in the belly of an enemy ship. It did not struggle, it did not plead. It simply watched us with that deep stone calm, the way you might watch an interesting specimen, and when our translation matrix finally caught its speech, the first thing it said to me was not fear, or anger, or a demand. It was a question. "You are the one called Holt," it said, in that flat, patient voice I had come to know so well. "You are the one who used the tool for moving ore. We have studied your recording. I am called Elune. I am an archivist of the Concordance. It is my function to record subdued peoples." Its deep eyes moved over me, slow and thoughtful. "I have recorded 411 species. I have written 411 entries in the index. Every entry ends the same way: surveyed, resisted, or did not resist, corrected, subdued." A pause that I would come to understand was Elune thinking. "I have begun an entry for your species. I find that I do not know how it ends. This has not happened to me before." I stood in the hold of a captured enemy ship and looked at a creature that had cataloged the conquest of 411 worlds, and I understood that I was looking at the memory of the Concordance, the keeper of its terrible perfect record, and that for the first time in its long existence, that record had a question mark in it, and the question mark was us. "How do your entries usually end, Elune?" I asked. "In submission," it said. "Always. A species is surveyed. It is assigned a compliance rating. The correction fleet arrives. There is a period of resistance, brief or long, and then there is the threshold." Its deep eyes held mine. "Every species has a threshold, Captain Holt. A point at which the cost of resistance exceeds the value the species places on its freedom, and at that point, the species submits to preserve itself. This is not weakness. It is the most basic mathematics of survival. To choose existence over freedom is the choice every living thing makes when the alternative is to cease existing. In 411 entries, every species reached its threshold. The only variable was how long it took and how much it cost them along the way. And our entry? Elune was quiet for a long moment, and when it spoke again, there was something in that flat, patient voice I had not heard before, something I would spend the rest of the war learning to recognize. "I have been trying to calculate your threshold," it said. "I have studied your recording from the mining station. I have studied what you did here, at the relay. I have studied the way your species responded to the correction notice, which was to convert every tool you possess into a weapon in the span of weeks, a thing no surveyed species has ever done so quickly. And I find, Captain Holt, that I cannot locate your threshold. I cannot find the point at which the mathematics would make you submit. When I extend the calculation, when I ask how much your species would endure before choosing existence over freedom, the answer my calculation returns is one I have never seen in 411 entries." It paused. "The answer is that there is no such point, that you would not choose existence over freedom, that you would, if the mathematics demanded it, choose to cease existing rather than be corrected, and that you would make us pay for every moment of it along the way." The hold was very quiet. My boarding team had gone still, listening. "That cannot be correct," Elune continued, almost to itself. "A species that will not submit to preserve itself violates the most basic law of survival. It should not be able to exist. And yet here you are, having destroyed 5 of our vessels with tools never meant for war, holding me in the belly of a ship you took by telling us a story we believed, because no one has ever lied to the Concordance before." Its deep stone eyes fixed on me, and for the first time, I saw something move behind them that I can only call dread. "I have written 411 entries, Captain Holt. I begin to fear that the entry I am writing now is going to be different from all of them. I begin to fear that I am not writing the record of a species we are about to subdue." A pause. "I begin to fear that I am writing the record of the species that subdues us." I looked at the archivist of the Concordance, the keeper of 411 conquests, and I felt the war turn under me like a great wheel, and I understood that we had taken something from that relay far more valuable than technology or a prisoner. We had taken their certainty, and a species that fights by formula, when it loses its certainty, has lost the only weapon that ever truly mattered. "Your entry is going to end however we decide it ends," I told Elune. "Not however your mathematics predict. That's the part your formula never accounted for." We don't fight the war you expect. We never have. We never will. I had the prisoner secured, and I took the captured relay ship and its intact data, and its impossible cargo of Concordance knowledge, and I turned my strange little flotilla for home, leaving the veil behind us glowing in the dark. Behind me, the correction fleet staging point was gone. Its survey data was in our hands, and its certainty, the perfect unbroken record of 411 conquests, had its first crack running through it, and the crack had a name, and the name was humanity. But the correction fleet was still coming. 600 ships, retuned now against our tricks, rewritten now against our tactics, led by something far worse than survey vessels. And the war that had started above a mining station nobody had ever heard of was about to come to a world with millions of people on it, a green and growing colony at the very heart of human space, a place called Halden's World. That was where the Concordance would learn the next thing about us. That was where they would discover that the most dangerous moment to face a human is not when the human is winning. It is when the human has just lost everything and is still, impossibly, refusing to stop. The correction fleet did not come for our outposts or our stations. It came for our heart. Halden's World was the oldest and greenest of the inner colonies, a place of broad oceans and terraced cities, and nearly 40 million people who had been born under its gentle sun and had never thought of war as anything but a story from old Earth. When the Concordance fleet folded into the system, the people of Halden's World looked up at a sky suddenly full of dark ribbed shapes, hundreds of them, blotting out the stars, and they understood at last that the war was not a frontier problem to be solved by clever captains and cargo guns. The war had come home. I was there. Admiral Calder had pulled every ship we had to the defense of Halden's World, because she understood what the Concordance was doing. They had read us correctly in one respect at least. They had learned, from Elun's missing companions, and from the relay we had taken, that humans did not break the way other species broke. So they had decided to find our threshold the cruelest way, by threatening the thing we loved most, and making us watch. They want us to see it, Calder told the assembled captains, and the Kestrel's bridge was patched into 100 others, every ship commander in human space listening. They have brought their correction fleet to our oldest world, with 40 million of our people on it, because their formula says that a species will reach its threshold when the cost becomes unbearable, and they believe nothing is more unbearable than this. They are wrong about us, as they have been wrong about us from the first, but being wrong will not stop them from trying. So here is what we are going to do. We are not going to win this battle. We do not have the ships. What we are going to do is make the Concordance pay a price they have never paid, for every hour, and we are going to get as many of those 40 million people off that world as the universe will let us. And we are going to teach the correction fleet, in the most expensive lesson they have ever received, that there is no threshold, that they can take our oldest world, and it will not break us. It will only make us more dangerous. It was the hardest thing I have ever been part of, and I will not dress it up. The fleet of dark ships came down on Halden's World, and they had retuned their shields, and our cargo guns no longer caught them by surprise. They had layered fields now, energy on the outside, and a denser physical baffle beneath, a clumsy thing they had clearly built in a hurry, but it meant that our slugs no longer went through clean. They still got through, sometimes. We still killed their ships, sometimes. But the easy slaughter of the early days was gone. The Concordance had adapted, exactly as Admiral Calder had warned they would, and now we were fighting them on something closer to even terms, which meant we were losing, because there were 600 of them and barely 200 of us. But here is the thing the Concordance had not adapted to, because it was not a tactic or a weapon, and their formula had no column for it. We did not fight to win. We fought to make it cost. Our converted ore haulers rammed their mass drivers right up against the layered shields and emptied them at point-blank range, where even the new baffles could not spread the impact. Our stripped freighters flew straight into the firing lines, broadcasting false signatures, drawing enemy fire onto themselves so that the evacuation ships behind them could reach the surface and lift people away. Our smallest ships, my Kestrel among them, darted through the great dark shapes of the correction fleet like minnows among sharks, not trying to kill the sharks, just trying to confuse them, to scatter their formation, to make their beautiful coordinated war into a chaos where 40 million people might find a few hours to run. And on the surface, the people of Halden's world, who had never known war, evacuated with a discipline and a courage that I have never been able to describe without my voice failing. They filled every ship that landed. They sent the children first, and the elderly, and then themselves, in waves, calm and quick and unbroken, while the sky above them burned. When the ships ran out of room, the ones left behind did not panic. They organized. They sent more people to the lifting fields. They held the lines. They did, on the ground, exactly what their navy was doing in the sky, which was to make the Concordance pay for every hour, and to get as many of their people away as they could. There was a grain freighter in that fight named the Long Furrow. She was not a warship. She had no slugs, no mass driver, nothing welded to her spine, because she had been too far out when the call came, and there had been no time to arm her. Her captain was a woman named Esther Vance, who hauled cereal between the farm colonies and had never fired a weapon in her life. When the Concordance ships broke through the inner line and began burning the lifting fields where the last waves of evacuees were still loading, Esther Vance did the only thing her empty freighter could do. She put herself between the enemy and the field. She turned her broad, slab-sided hull broadside to their fire, and she held it there, a wall of cheap metal a kilometer long, soaking up the force that would otherwise have fallen on the families still climbing aboard the transports behind her. A grain freighter is not built to take that. She knew it was not. She kept her engines burning to hold position, even as her hull came apart, even as the heat ate through her decks, and she stayed there, broadside, while 3 full transports lifted off behind her shadow and ran for the dark. They got away. 11,000 people on those 3 ships got away because a woman who hauled cereal decided that her ship was worth more as a shield than as anything else. And at the end, when the Long Furrow had nothing left, Esther Vance did not send a goodbye. I have her last transmission. We all do, now. It is part of the record we read every year. She did not waste her final seconds on grief or on farewells. She spent them on us. She transmitted the exact firing positions of the 4 Concordance ships that were tearing her apart. Clean coordinates, range and bearing, so that the gunships coming up behind her could find them in the smoke. Her last words were numbers. She gave us numbers so we could finish what she had started, and then the Long Furrow was gone, and 4 enemy ships died in the next 2 minutes because a freight captain had told us precisely where they were. We held Halden's world for 6 days. 6 days against a fleet 3 times our size, with retuned shields and a correction doctrine rewritten specifically for us. 6 days, and in those 6 days we lifted nearly 31 million people off that world and away into the dark, scattering them to the other colonies, to deep stations, to anywhere the Concordance was not. 31 million out of 40. It was the greatest evacuation in human history, and it was, by every measure the Concordance understood, a catastrophic defeat, because at the end of the 6 days, Halden's world fell. I watched it fall. I will not describe what the Concordance did to it, because some things should not be made into words, and because the people who deserve to be remembered are the ones who got 31 million souls away, not the fleet that took the world they left behind. But I watched our oldest, greenest world pass into Concordance hands, and I watched the dark fleet settle over it like a shroud, and I felt, for the first time since this began, the cold weight of the thing Elune had called the threshold pressing down on all of us. And then I watched humanity refuse it. The fleet that pulled back from Halden's world was battered and bleeding, and far smaller than the fleet that had arrived. We had lost ships, we had lost people, we had lost a world. By every law of Elune's mathematics, this was the moment. This was where the cost finally exceeded the value, where a species looked at what it had suffered and what it stood to suffer more, and chose existence over freedom, and submitted. The Concordance fleet held its position over the fallen world, and waited, I am certain, for exactly that. For the surrender. For the threshold, reached at last. It did not come. Instead, the survivors of the Halden's world defense regrouped, rearmed at the deep stations, took in the rage and the grief of 31 million displaced people, and turned around, and went back out to fight, harder than before. Volunteers flooded the shipyards. The displaced colonists, the ones who had lost their homes, were the first in line. People who had never held a weapon learned. People who had lost everything decided that since they had nothing left to lose, they would spend themselves making the Concordance bleed. We did not break, we sharpened. I went to see Elune after Halden's world fell. The archivist was still aboard the Kess, recording, always recording. When I came into the hold, it looked at me, and I saw that the dread I had glimpsed at the relay had grown into something larger. "You lost the world," Elune said. "Yes. By every entry I have written, this is the threshold. This is the point of submission. The cost has exceeded the value. Your species should be sending us a compliance signal now. It is the only rational choice that remains." Its deep eyes searched my face. "And yet I am reading your fleet movements through the data your crew permits me to see. And your species is not submitting. Your species is rearming. The colonists who lost their homes are volunteering to fight in numbers that exceed your shipyard's capacity to arm them, Captain Holt." The flat, patient voice had developed, somewhere in the last weeks, an edge that I think was the closest a Concordance archivist could come to fear. "Explain this to me. I must record it correctly, and I do not understand it. You have lost. Why are you not submitting?" I sat down across from the creature that had catalogued 411 conquests, and I tried to give it the truth. "You said every species has a threshold," I said. "A point where the cost of resistance exceeds the value it places on its freedom. And you're right that we feel the cost. We feel it more than you can imagine. 31 million people got off Halden's world, but 9 million didn't. Every one of those 9 million was someone's whole world. We carry that. It's a wound that will never fully close." I leaned forward. "But here is what your formula gets wrong, Elune. You think the cost makes us value our freedom less. It does the opposite. Every world you take, every person we lose, makes the thing you're trying to take from us more precious, not less. You're not raising the cost of resistance. You're raising the cost of submission. Because the more you take, the more unbearable it becomes to imagine handing you the rest. You think you're pushing us toward the threshold. You're pushing us away from it, as fast as you can, with every single thing you do." Elune was silent for a long, long time. When it finally spoke, its voice had changed in a way I had never heard from it before. "In 411 entries," it said slowly, "the Concordance has operated on a single principle. That all life, when faced with its own ending, will choose to continue existing, even at the price of its freedom. Because existence is the precondition for all other values. This principle has never failed. It is the foundation of everything we are. It is why we survey, and index, and correct, rather than simply destroy. Because we believe that any species, shown the choice clearly enough, will choose to live as ours, rather than to cease as its own." A pause. "You are telling me that your species inverts this principle. That for you, freedom is not a value that depends on existence. That freedom is the value that gives existence its worth, and that existence without it is not a continuation, but an ending of a different kind." Its deep eyes fixed on me with something close to terror. "If this is true, Captain Holt, then the Concordance has made an error of a magnitude it has never made before. We have not surveyed a species that will reach a threshold. We have surveyed a species that has no threshold, because the thing we offer in exchange for submission, continued existence, is a thing your species does not consider worth having on our terms. We cannot correct you. There is no cost we can impose that will make you submit, because the submission itself is the one cost you will not pay. We can only destroy you, and a species that can only be destroyed, never subdued." It trailed off. "Go on," I said quietly. "Say it." "A species that can only be destroyed will not stop until either it is destroyed or we are," Elune finished. "There is no other ending available. Your entry, Captain Holt, the entry I have been writing since the mining station, does not end in your submission. It cannot. It ends in destruction. The only question my mathematics can no longer answer is whose." I left the hold with those words following me, and I went back to the bridge, and I found Admiral Calder's face on the main display, gray and grim, with news that turned Elune's terrible mathematics from a philosophical problem into a countdown. "They've stopped trying to correct us," Calder said. "Intelligence from the captured relay data, confirmed by movements our listening posts are tracking. The Concordance has concluded what your prisoner has apparently concluded, that we cannot be subdued. And so they have made a decision that, in 411 entries, they have made exactly 0 times before. Her iron eyes were steady, but I could hear what it cost her to say the words. They have decided to skip the correction. They are not going to take our worlds one by one anymore. They have committed their full strength to a single objective, and they are building something to accomplish it. Something we have never seen them use, because they have never needed to, because they have never met a species they could not correct. What is it, Admiral? Our analysts are calling it the Severance, she said. We don't have the full picture, but we have enough. It is not a fleet, Captain. It is a weapon, a single immense construction that the entire correction fleet is now assembling around, in the dark between the stars, beyond our reach. And from what the relay data tells us of its scale and its purpose, it is built to do to a star system what they did to Halden's world, except all at once, and from a distance, and without the need to ever land a single ship. She paused. They are building a weapon to end a solar system in a single stroke, and they are not aiming it at a frontier colony, or even at Halden's world. They are aiming it, Captain Holt, at the oldest light we have. They are aiming it at Sol, at Earth, at the world where it all began, and where 2 billion people still live, because the Concordance has calculated, correctly, that there is one loss even a species with no threshold cannot simply absorb and continue from. They cannot subdue us, so they are going to remove the root, and trust that without it, the rest of us will wither. The bridge had gone silent. Owen's hands were frozen on the controls.
No species will ever forget the moment humanity's patience finally snapped. This recorded start, galactic date 47,293.6. I speak into my personal log, adjusting the quantum recorder as I gaze through the observation dome at the blue-green planet below. Professor Ralilak continuing documentation of species 7,249 designational. Humans. A bitter laugh escapes my throat. How wrong we were. How catastrophically, monumentally wrong. The Council should have listened to my warnings about classifying them as a Level 2 civilization. But no one ever listens to the ethnoanthropologist, do? The ship's systems hum softly around me as I continue my observation. Earth hangs suspended in the void like a precious gem, deceptively peaceful from this distance. 10 years ago, I stood in this same spot, filled with excitement about first. Now I understand why the ancient texts speak of things better left undisturbed. Preliminary observation period lasted standard 50 cycles. I continue, my 4 hands moving swiftly across the control panel. The Council of 7 Galaxies believed they had identified all crucial aspects of human civilization. There is another harsh laugh, primitive, limited, harmless. The memory surfaces unbidden, Ambassador Talara striding into the council chamber, her bioluminescent markings pulsing with confidence. The humans will make excellent clients, she declared. Their planet's resources will serve the council well, and they'll be grateful for our guidance. I remember shifting uncomfortably in my seat, trying to voice my concerns. But Ambassador, my research indicates. Thank you, Professor Rolidak. She cut me off with a dismissive wave. We value your academic insights, but this is a matter for practical governance. The warning signs were there from the start. We should have noticed when our most sophisticated encryption was broken in mere days. Should have paid attention when our superior technology started being replicated and improved upon within weeks of diplomatic exchanges. But the Council was too busy congratulating themselves on finding another species to add to their collection, too preoccupied with calculating Earth's resource value to notice the steel beneath the human smiles. First contact day. That's when it all began to unravel. The Council decided to demonstrate their power, standard procedure for welcoming new client species. The gathering fleet appeared over every major human city simultaneously, 50,000 ships, a display of overwhelming force meant to ensure peaceful cooperation. I still remember the human response. No panic, no chaos. Just calm voices requesting the fleet's immediate withdrawal, as if they were asking party guests to leave at the end of the night. Ambassador Talara was positively gleeful at their naivety. She delivered the Council's terms with her usual flourish. Earth would be granted protection in exchange for resource rights and technological supervision. The humans would be guided to a proper place in galactic society. Their chief negotiator, a woman named Amanda Blackwood, listened politely to the entire presentation. Then she smiled, not the warm expression we documented in our cultural studies, but something else entirely, something that made my scales ripple with unease. "That's a very generous offer," she said, voice dripping with something our translators identified as sarcasm. "But we're going to decline. You have 1 hour to remove your ships from Earth's space." The council representatives actually laughed. My dear Talara practically purred, "I don't think you understand. This isn't a request. The might of 50,000 ships will be reduced to 0 in 61 minutes. If they remain in their current positions," Blackwood interrupted. "We've been peaceful because we choose to be. Don't make us choose differently." Looking back now, that was the moment. The precise instant when the council should have recognized their catastrophic miscalculation. But centuries of easy victories had made them arrogant. They thought they were dealing with primitives who needed to be taught their place. They didn't understand that humanity's patience was not infinite, that their politeness was not weakness, that their warmth could turn to fire. "End record," I whisper, my voice heavy with the weight of history. The quantum recorder clicks off, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the view of Earth below. Tomorrow, I'll continue documenting how it all fell apart, how the Council's arrogance led to the greatest military and diplomatic catastrophe in galactic. But for now, I simply watch and remember. Remember the day we learned that some species are not meant to be conquered. Some peoples are not meant to be ruled. And humanity. Humanity was never meant to kneel. The observation room feels colder today as I resume my recording. Record start galactic date 47293.7. The Council's failure with first contact should have been the end. Instead, it was merely the beginning. I pull up the archived footage, watching as various species began their own attempts to gain Earth's favor. The Mercathi offered advanced propulsion technology. The Zentari promised biological immortality. The Drachnid Imperium suggested a military alliance. Each one came with hidden strings, with secret plans to manipulate and control. Each one left with what humans called a bloody nose. Admiral Jessica Porter. The name slips from my mouth with a mixture of respect and fear. She was the first to understand what we were really doing, the first to see through our supposedly benevolent offers. The holographic display shows her first appearance at the Galactic Assembly, tall for a human, with silver-streaked black hair and eyes that seemed to pierce through diplomatic facades. She stood before the gathered representatives of 1,000 worlds, her white uniform pristine, her posture radiating quiet strength. "Let me be perfectly clear," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the vast chamber. "Earth is not a prize to be won. We are not children to be guided, and we are rapidly losing patience with these transparent attempts to gain control of our world." The Mercathi representative, Lord Blackscale, rose to protest. "Admiral Porter, you misunderstand. We only wish to share the benefits of our advanced." "Your propulsion technology," Porter interrupted with a sharp smile, "the one with the hidden backdoor that would allow you to disable our ships at will. We found that within hours of examining the prototype. Just like we found the genetic kill switch in the Zentari's immortality treatment, and the loyalty programming buried in the Drachnid military protocols." I remember the shocked silence that filled the chamber. No one was supposed to be able to detect those safeguards. The most advanced species in the galaxy had spent centuries perfecting them. The human ability to innovate, to reverse engineer, to improve upon existing technology. We gravely underestimated it. I speak into my recorder. While we saw them as primitives to be guided, they were studying us, learning. The archived footage continues, showing the growing tension. Trade delegations arriving with manipulated contracts. Spy ships poorly disguised as merchant vessels. Corporate interests attempting to exploit loopholes in galactic law. Through it all, humanity's responses grew progressively less diplomatic. Admiral Porter's warnings became more direct. The human representative, Marcus Taylor, stopped attending council sessions entirely. "We thought they were being stubborn," I mutter, shaking my head at our blindness. "We never realized they were giving us every chance to back away." The quantum recorder captures my bitter laugh as I pull up footage from the Centauri incident. The Drachnid Imperium, frustrated by their failed manipulation attempts, decided to demonstrate their power by establishing an observation post in Earth's. Within minutes of crossing the boundary line humanity had established, The Drakenid fleet encountered something new, something that shouldn't have been possible. The human defense platforms, I narrate, watching the familiar scene unfold. Quantum-linked satellites that could fire through subspace, ignoring traditional shields. Technology that no Level 2 civilization should have been able to conceive, let alone construct. The Drakenid ships never even had time to raise their shields. 3 capital ships, pride of their fleet, reduced to drifting hulks by precision strikes from weapons they couldn't detect or counter. Admiral Porter's message to the Imperium was broadcast across all galactic frequencies. This was a warning shot. The next violation of our space will be considered an act of war. Earth's patience is not infinite. But the Council, in their infinite wisdom, saw the incident differently. They saw not the warning it represented, but proof that humanity was too dangerous to be left uncontrolled. We scheduled emergency sessions. I continue my record, drafted plans for containment, created task forces to study human weaknesses, and all the while humanity watched, waited, gave us chance after chance to change course. The final diplomatic meeting stands out in my memory with painful clarity. The council chamber packed with representatives from every major species. Ambassador Telara, now Supreme Counselor, delivering what she thought was an ultimatum. Earth will accept guidance from the galactic community, she declared, or Earth will be isolated from all galactic travel and trade. This is not a negotiation. Admiral Porter and Marcus Taylor exchanged a glance that made my scales prickle with warning. Then Taylor stepped forward, his expression almost pitying. "You still don't understand what you're dealing with, do you?" he asked quietly. "Even now, you think you have the upper hand. Think you're in control?" He shook his head. "We've tried diplomacy, tried patience, tried to show you that we can be valuable allies if you just treat us as equals." He turned to leave, then paused at the chamber doors. "You should know we've already developed our own FTL drives, better ones. We don't need your trade routes, we don't need your technology, and if you try to isolate us, you'll quickly learn that we don't need your permission to travel the stars." The council erupted in outrage, but I barely heard them. I was watching Admiral Porter, who hadn't moved or spoken. She stood perfectly still, watching the chaos with eyes that had seen enough. As I end today's recording, I can't help but wish we had understood then what those eyes were telling us. That human patience was reaching its end, that their willingness to endure our manipulations was running out. But we didn't understand, and what came next would reshape the galaxy forever. The quantum recorder hums to life again. Record start, galactic date 47,293.8. The Council's response to human defiance was predictably short-sighted. They assumed that without access to galactic trade networks, Earth would quickly collapse into isolation and eventually beg for readmission on the Council's terms. My hands tremble slightly as I access the restricted archives. They were wrong, so catastrophically wrong. The first sign came when the Mercathi trade cartels reported unusual activity along their supposedly secret routes. Ships were disappearing, not destroyed, simply vanishing without trace. The Drakenid border patrols encountered phantom energy signatures that their sensors couldn't properly track. The Zentari research outposts began detecting unauthorized quantum scans of their facilities. The humans were already out there, I narrate, my voice tight with remembered tension. Not just surviving isolation, but thriving, learning, spreading, and we never saw them coming. Supreme Counselor Telara refused to acknowledge the mounting evidence. Primitive species cannot master quantum cloaking, she declared during an emergency session. Their ships cannot possibly breach our detection grids. These reports are clearly exaggerations. Then came the Perseus incident. The holographic display shows the Mercathi's most secure research facility, built into an asteroid at the edge of their territory, home to their most advanced weapons development programs, protected by defenses that had repelled the Drakenid Imperium's best efforts at infiltration. The facility's quantum signature simply disappeared. I recall watching the archived footage. No explosion, no debris. The entire asteroid vanished, along with 3 decades of weapons research. The Mercathi's furious accusations flew across the council chamber. The Drakenid Imperium must have finally succeeded in penetrating their defenses. The Zentari must have developed new technology. Everyone blamed everyone else. Until the message arrived. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's voice fills my observation room. just as it filled the council chamber that day. We have confirmed that the Mercathi Perseus facility was being used to develop bioweapons intended for deployment against Earth. The facility has been relocated to a secure location. Its research data has been analyzed and archived. Its weapons have been neutralized. The stunned silence that followed still echoes in my memory. This serves as a demonstration, she continued, her tone deadly calm. We can reach any target anywhere in council space. We can bypass any defense. We can neutralize any threat. This is not a boast, it is simply fact. I remember Supreme Counselor Talara's scales turning pale, her bioluminescence flickering with shock. Impossible, she whispered. They cannot have this level of technology. They cannot. But they did. And they were just getting started. The next 3 months shattered every assumption the Council had about human capabilities. Their ships appeared and disappeared at will throughout Council space. They intercepted coded transmissions we had thought unbreakable. They accessed restricted databases with embarrassing ease. Looking back, I speak to my recorder, we should have recognized the pattern. They weren't attacking, weren't destroying. They were systematically exposing every plot, every scheme, every secret plan the Council species had been developing against Earth. The Drachnids' hidden fleet assembly yards, the Zentaris' prohibited genetic warfare labs, the Mercathi's network of slave worlds, one by one, humanity revealed them all. But the Council, in their infinite wisdom, still couldn't accept the truth. Couldn't accept that a primitive species had not only caught up to them but had surpassed them in many ways. If they can reach these facilities, Lord Blackscale argued in a closed council session, they can destroy them. The fact that they haven't proves they're still weak, still unwilling to take necessary action. The recording shows Supreme Counselor Talara nodding in agreement. Precisely, they play these games of espionage because they lack the strength for real confrontation. The time has come to show them the consequences of defying the Council. I paused the playback, my 4 hands clenching in remembered frustration. I tried one last time to warn them, to make them understand what they were dealing with. The archived footage shows me standing before the Council, my academic credentials displayed behind me. The humans are not showing weakness, I argued. They're showing restraint. Every incursion into our space, every infiltration of our facilities, they're warnings. They're giving us the chance to back down. They're primitive apes playing with stolen technology. Supreme Counselor Talara dismissed me again, and they will learn their place. The Council voted overwhelmingly to authorize military action. A combined fleet drawing ships from all major Council species would pacify the Sol system and establish direct control over Earth. I remember watching the fleet assemble. 500,000 ships. The largest military force ever gathered in Council history. Supreme Counselor Talara personally broadcast their departure, her voice filled with smug satisfaction. Let humanity witness true power, she declared. Let them learn the price of defiance. The fleet never reached Earth. Halfway to the Sol system, every ship simultaneously lost power. Engines, weapons, life support, everything just stopped. In the darkness of dead ships, millions of crew members watched their view screens come to life with a single message. Admiral Porter's face appeared on every screen. She wasn't wearing her uniform anymore. Instead, she wore simple civilian clothes, her expression more disappointed than angry. We gave you every chance, she said quietly. Every opportunity to choose cooperation over domination, peace over conflict. But you couldn't let go of your preconceptions, couldn't accept that humans might be your equals or even your superiors in some ways. She paused, looking directly into the camera. Your ships will regain power in 1 hour. That's enough time for life support to hold, but not enough time to prevent your trajectory from carrying you back into Council space. Consider this your final warning. Before the transmission ended, she added one last thing. Your weapons technology is now centuries behind ours. Your defenses are meaningless against our capabilities, and our patience is officially exhausted. End record, I whispered to my quantum recorder. The images fade, leaving me alone with the weight of history. Tomorrow, I'll document how the Council finally, tragically, pushed humanity past their breaking point. But tonight I remember Porter's words. Remember the moment when the galaxy's most powerful civilization discovered that power is relative. That patience should never be mistaken for weakness, and that some warnings should be heeded before it's too late. Record start, galactic date 47,293.9. My voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. Today I document the moment everything changed, the day humanity's patience finally, irrevocably snapped. The Council, embarrassed by the fleet's humiliation, sought to save face. But rather than accept humanity's superiority in direct confrontation, they chose a different path, a coward's path. Supreme Counselor Talara authorized what she called a precision intervention. I narrate, pulling up the classified footage. The target was New Haven, humanity's first extrasolar colony. Population 50,000 civilians, researchers' families, children. The Drachnid Imperium provided the strike force. The Mercathi supplied the weapons. The Zentari contributed their stealth technology. They believed that by combining their most advanced systems, they could bypass human defenses. They succeeded. Partly. The recording shows the strike force emerging from stealth near New Haven. 30 ships, small enough to slip through standard patrol patterns. Their weapons were already charged, targeting the colony's environmental domes. The attack lasted exactly 27 seconds. I continue, my scales rippling with remembered horror. 27 seconds that sealed the fate of the Council, though we didn't know it then. The colony's shields held against the first barrage, but the concentrated fire eventually broke through. 3 environmental domes cracked. Emergency force fields snapped into place, but not quickly enough. 843 humans died in those 27 seconds. The strike force vanished back into stealth, believing they had struck a decisive blow, believing they had taught humanity a lesson about defying the Council. They were wrong. The response began exactly 3 minutes after the attack. My hands tremble as I access the restricted records. Simultaneous events across Council space, coordinated with a precision that we had thought impossible. The quantum recorder captures the footage of what happened next. In the Drachnid capital system, their mighty defense fleet simply ceased to exist. Not destroyed, their ships literally vanished between one sensor sweep and the next. In Mercathi space, every weapons facility, every military installation, every defense platform went dark simultaneously. The Zentari found their most secure networks exposed, their secrets laid bare for the galaxy to see. But that was just the beginning. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's transmission overrode every communication channel in Council space. 843 civilians. 843 lives ended because you couldn't accept your own obsolescence. Because you chose pride over peace. Domination over cooperation. The recording shows her standing on what was clearly a ship's bridge, but like nothing the Council had ever seen. Behind her, holographic displays showed real-time views of every major Council world. We tried diplomacy. We tried warnings. We tried demonstrations of our capabilities without causing permanent harm. Now we show you what happens when humanity stops holding back. She nodded to someone off screen. Your combined fleet that retreated from Earth, check their positions. Panic erupted across Council space as military commanders tried to contact their ships. 500,000 vessels, the pride of their combined military might, had vanished without trace. Your ships are safe, Porter continued, her voice carrying an edge that made my scales crawl. They're currently in orbit around Earth. Crew unharmed but thoroughly contained. We brought them here because we want them to have front row seats for what happens next. She pressed a control on her command chair. Right now, human ships are decloaking throughout Council space. We are everywhere. We have always been everywhere. While you played at espionage and military posturing, we were mapping every centimeter of your territory, analyzing every weakness, preparing for the possibility that you would force our hand. The footage splits to show multiple views. Council leaders watched in horror as human vessels appeared in their most secure systems. Ships of impossible size bristling with weapons beyond their comprehension. But Admiral Supreme Counselor Talara's voice shook as she responded, "Surely we can negotiate. The attack on your colony was unsanctioned, a rogue element." "Save your lies," Porter cut her off. "We have the Council records, the authorization codes, the operation plans. Every single being involved in planning and executing the attack has already been transported to holding cells on our ships." She leaned forward, her eyes hard. "Here's what happens now. Every Council world will stand down their military forces immediately. Every hidden weapon, every cloaked ship, every secret installation will be declared and surrendered. You have 1 hour. Or what Lord Blackscale demanded, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. Porter's smile was colder than deep space. Or we demonstrate our full capabilities, the technology we've been holding in reserve, the weapons we've developed but chosen not to use. 1 hour to comply. Then we stop being nice. They didn't believe her I tell my recorder. Even then, even after everything they had seen, they couldn't accept the truth. Couldn't believe that humanity had advanced so far beyond them. The Council's response was to order all remaining military forces to attack the human ships. Every weapon they had left, every ship still under their control. One last, desperate attempt to prove their supremacy. The battle, if you could call it that, lasted less than 5 minutes. Human ships didn't dodge the attacks, didn't raise shields, simply allowed the Council's most powerful weapons to strike them directly. The energy weapons passed through them as if they weren't there. Physical projectiles emerged on the other side of their hulls without leaving a mark. Phase shift technology, I explained to my recorder. Their entire ships could partially exit our dimension at will. Nothing in Council space could touch them. Nothing could stop them. Then the humans demonstrated their own weapons. They didn't target military installations, didn't fire on civilian populations. Instead, with surgical precision, they eliminated the seats of power. Government buildings, military command centers, the private estates of those who had ordered the attack on New Haven. The quantum recorder captures the archived footage. Buildings vanishing into thin air, transported to who knows where. Command bunkers buried kilometers underground, suddenly exposed to vacuum as the rock around them ceased to exist. Defense shields failing as the generators powering them simply disappeared. In 5 minutes, the Council's power structure was gutted. Their military command was decapitated. Their ability to offer organized resistance was eliminated. Admiral Porter's final transmission was broadcast to every world, every ship, every communications device in Council space. The Council's authority ends today, she declared. Earth will oversee the transition to a new galactic government, one based on cooperation and mutual respect, not domination and force. Those who work with us will be treated fairly. Those who resist. She let the silence stretch meaningfully. Well, we've demonstrated what resistance will earn you. Choose wisely. End record. I shut off the quantum recorder, my 4 hands shaking as I pull up the final images. The Council chambers, now empty and dark. The mighty combined fleet, still in orbit around Earth, its crews watching helplessly as their civilization was transformed. Humanity, stepping into their role not as conquerors, but as reluctant guardians, determined to build something better than what they had torn down. They had never wanted war, never wanted to rule. But when pushed too far, when their patience finally ran out, they proved that technological superiority wasn't their greatest strength. Their greatest strength was their restraint, and the galaxy learned far too late that such restraint should never be taken for granted. Final record, galactic date 47,293.10. I gaze out at Earth one last time through my observation window. The reconstruction period began immediately after the surrender, but it wasn't what anyone expected. The humans, surprising everyone yet again, didn't install themselves as the new council, didn't seek revenge, didn't demand reparations. Instead, they did something far more radical. They gave everyone a voice. The Galactic Assembly, I speak into my recorder, watching ships of all species moving peacefully through space below. One world, one vote, no special privileges, no dominant species. Even the youngest civilizations have equal say in galactic affairs. The Quantum Archive displays footage from the first assembly session. Admiral Porter, now retired from military service, stood before representatives from every known species, even those the Council had deemed too primitive to participate. We could rule you, she said simply. We could dominate you the way the Council did. We have the power. But that's not who we are. That's not what humanity stands for. The changes came swiftly after that. Trade routes opened to all. Technology shared freely, with built-in safeguards that even humans themselves couldn't override. A new era of cooperation and growth. The former Council species struggled at first, I narrate, remembering those turbulent days. The Drachnid Imperium nearly collapsed when their slave worlds were freed. The Mercathi economy stumbled without their monopolies. The Zentari scientific dominance evaporated when their secret research was shared with all. But they adapted. They had to. Because the humans made it clear, try to rebuild the old power structures, attempt to dominate others again, and face consequences far worse than military defeat. The recording shows the transformation. Former enemies working together on joint projects. Species that had been bitter rivals for millennia now sharing resources and knowledge. A galaxy learning slowly but surely that cooperation brings greater rewards than conquest. Supreme Counselor Talera works as a teacher, now I note with a touch of irony, instructing young diplomats about the dangers of pride and prejudice. Lord Blackscale leads a cultural exchange program. Even the Zentari have redirected their research toward beneficial technologies for all species. My four hands move across the control panel one last time, bringing up the final statistics. Trade volume up 300%. Scientific breakthroughs occurring at 5 times the previous rate. Conflict between species down by 89%. And the humans, I can't keep the wonder from my voice. They watch. They guide when asked. They step in only when absolutely necessary. Their ships still patrol council space, their technology still far beyond what most species can comprehend. But they've never once abused that power. The quantum recorder captures my sigh. This will be my final report on species 7249. I've spent 15 years studying them, from first contact through the fall of the council and into this new era. And I think I finally understand what we got wrong from the very beginning. The observation window fills with the image of Earth, still beautiful, still deceptively peaceful. We thought their kindness was weakness. Their patience was primitive restraint. Their willingness to talk rather than fight was proof of their inferiority. We were so convinced of our own superiority that we couldn't recognize what was right in front of us. A human ship phases into view, its hull gleaming with technology that still seems like magic to most species. It acknowledges my presence with a brief signal flash, then continues its patrol. They weren't primitive. They were principled. They weren't weak. They were giving us every chance to be better. And when we failed those chances, when we finally pushed them too far, they didn't just defeat us. They saved us. From others, yes, but mostly from ourselves. I begin the shutdown sequence for my observation post. After 15 years, it's time to go home. Time to share what I've learned with my own people. The humans have a saying, I speak my final words into the recorder. Something Admiral Porter quoted in that first assembly session. The true measure of power isn't in how much damage you can do, but in how much good you choose to do instead. The quantum recorder clicks off for the last time. I take one final look at Earth before turning away. They were never the primitive species we thought they were. They were what we could have been, should have been, all along. And thanks to their peculiar mix of power and principle, of capability and compassion, the galaxy is finally becoming what it always should have been. A place where no species needs to prove their superiority, where patience is recognized as strength, and where the greatest power lies not in dominance, but in the choice to be better than what came before. End final record.
The Academy called it the Trial of Fear. A machine older than some empires, flawless in its judgment, designed to map the terror coiled in every living mind. No cadet graduated without facing it. One by one, they stepped.
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, I think it's better this time, Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. It's still vibrating, he noted. Is that structural? Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray-painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real base Cannon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets, and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and 1 leftover band cymbal, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive?" The voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status? We've got visitors." "Agents? No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" "Nope. New property owners, apparently." legal, transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says masters and chains, joint custody. A sigh. Then observe. I was planning to nap. You can nap between disasters. Fine. By the time the elevator opened for Raphael and Link, Stanley had switched into his janitor uniform, a decision he would later regret, and was hiding behind a wall of old soda machines, watching two of America's wealthiest teenagers walk into a facility that hadn't seen a human under the age of 50 since before disco died. Link found the snack machine first. Still stocked, he said, awed. Raphael was looking at the map. This place has levels, like 32. One's labeled temporal R&D. You think that's like watches? Sure, Raphael said. Probably watches. Somewhere deeper in the complex, unnoticed by anyone, a light flickered on above a button. The button read, clearly, "Do not press." It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed once, decided against it, and went back to sleep. I feel like we just did a thing, Link said, staring at the now depressed button. Technically, Raphael replied, we did exactly the one thing the sign said not to. I mean, that's not legally binding. No, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable. The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents, no countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. Well, Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, I guess it's broken. Link eyed it warily. Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process. They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words, "Fresh pizza available," in bright green font. Oh, no, Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. Not the pizza trigger. It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, two long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, they reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects, and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know, but there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, you know, isolated house in the woods, band exile, but this is like best case scenario, right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." "What thing?" "The green thing. That's not very descriptive, Link said. No, Stanley agreed, but trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza. Wait, why would it be looking for pizza? Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fistfight with a self-aware filing cabinet. Because, he said, some genius decided to beam 11 years of Earth cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program. That seems like a terrible idea. It was. The alien you just woke up thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero, SpongeBob is a tactical strategist, and Garfield is some kind of deity. Link frowned. Is he wrong about Garfield, though? The floor shook. A distant voice echoed through the ventilation shafts. Show me the cheese-stuffed crust Earthlings! Oh no, Stanley muttered. It's already activated mimic mode. Mimic what? Raphael asked. Stanley gave them a look. Cartoon logic. They heard the boing of a spring that had no physical origin. Then a whump as something green, bendy, and distinctly against all known physical laws bounced off the side of the house and rolled into a bush, where it promptly split in half and started arguing with itself over anchovies. Link turned to Raphael. This is going to be awesome. The green thing, now two green things, were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa fighting a raccoon. So, what exactly do they do? He asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked "Due" for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. They save people. That's good. By accident. Less good. And only while trying to obtain pizza. Link blinked. You mean they don't actually care about helping? No. Think of them like a slapstick guardian angel with a one-track mind, a deep misunderstanding of the food pyramid, and no off switch. Raphael turned from the window, thoughtful. So if we're in danger, they'll probably burst through a wall, trip over themselves, bounce off several exposed pipes, accidentally disable a bomb, and land in a delivery box, Stanley said. If you're lucky. And if we're not lucky, they order anchovies. Nobody survives anchovies. The floor trembled again. From the main hallway came a screech, followed by a sonic boom that reversed half the light bulbs in the ceiling. One of the green things burst into the living room, its eyes wide and glistening. We sensed a Domino's, it declared, then vanished into the pantry. There was a pause, a long, horrified pause. Raphael coughed. So, subplots. Link, without missing a beat, pointed toward the garage. Well, subplot number 1, we may have accidentally triggered a defense drone. How? I tried to see if the old VR rig still worked. Did it? No. But the VR helmet is now fused to the vacuum cleaner, which seems to believe it's an elite Marine. It's taken up a sniper position on the roof and keeps yelling about sector clearances. Stanley did not groan. Stanley was past groaning. He merely opened a side cabinet, removed what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart the size of a loaf of bread, and handed it to Raphael. Hid it in the Roomba port. Noted. As Raphael left to disarm the aggressively tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still active consoles. Hey, subplot number 2 might be unfolding on level 14. Stanley joined him and squinted at the monitor. A grainy black and white feed showed one of the lab's secure chambers, the one labeled Experimental Chronobehavioral Reversals, now open, lights on. Oh no, Stanley muttered, the time rats. Link slowly turned. Time? Rats? They're rats, right? Stanley said, rubbing his temple. But when startled, they reverse their own personal timeline by several seconds. Makes them impossible to trap. That sounds cute, Stanley offered. I was going to say a statistical nightmare. They've bred since the 60s. Nobody checked how many. They could be in the walls. Are they dangerous? Only if you observe them. Like, really observe them. There's a threshold of awareness. Once you pass it, they start treating you like a threat. How will I know if I've passed it? You'll see a rat reading. Link glanced nervously at the monitor again. Well, subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough. Outside, Raphael had subdued the vacuum. It wasn't easy. It required a trampoline, 3 full bottles of soda, and a half-played Kenny Loggins cassette that, for some reason, caused the drone to enter reflective nostalgia mode. Once it began weeping about its simulated war buddies in Operation Hardwood Dustpan, he hit it with the dart and stuffed it under a tarp. He walked back inside just in time for the power to flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards. In the center of the living room, the green things had rejoined, fusion apparently triggered by the smell of reheated pizza rolls, and were now glowing faintly. "What now?" Raphael asked. "They're stabilizing," Stanley said warily. "Is that good?" "Debatable. Usually means they've found a chosen one figure in the area." Both teens turned to look at each other. The green thing pointed directly at Stanley. Everyone froze. "Oh no," Stanley said, horror rising in his voice. "You have the cheese wisdom," the green thing declared. "No, I don't. You once worked at a pizzeria in 1974. I ran the register. Then it is you who shall lead us to the sacred slice." The lights dimmed. A low chant began, possibly from the house's intercom, possibly from the green thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. "You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone." Link grinned. "Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology." The green thing extended a hand. "To the kitchen temple." And as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again. Momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. "So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house?" Raphael shrugged. "Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again." They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them, a treasure trove of madness, secrets, weaponized kitchenware, and at least 6 unresolved conspiracy theories, all about to be made much, much worse. They were home. Stanley returned the next morning with pizza sauce in his beard, a haunted look in his eyes, and a stack of napkins imprinted with alien glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to "infinite cheese" and "your sauce is strong." He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. "Just know this," he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. "The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all." Raphael saluted. "So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings." "Got it!" Stanley groaned and turned on his side. "You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave." Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. "So I was thinking." "No," Stanley mumbled. "We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. "There's a note next to it in the logs," Link continued. "Says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, for therapy." Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. "Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world." "It weaponizes feelings," Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. "I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt." "I like trees," Raphael offered. "I like zoning boards," Stanley growled. "They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories." "I'm just saying," Link added, "if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band." Raphael gasped. "Yes, emotional resonance concert." Stanley sat up abruptly. "Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally." Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. "This place smells like aromatherapy," Link said. Raphael inhaled. "Lavender and... is that cinnamon toast?" Do not relax, Stanley warned. It feeds on emotional openness. The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. It's warm. It wants to feel you, Stanley said grimly. It's like a big emotional Roomba. That's not comforting. Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. The hugs. The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. Oh no, Stanley said. It's sinking. What does that mean? Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. Sad one, wailed the first. Why does the pizza never love me back? Happy one, cheered the second. I found a slice in the ceiling tile. Angry one, snarled the third. Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity. The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake rides before, and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10. Would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker. Quietly. Fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates. Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it, which in theory had worked until now. Do you smell that? Link asked over breakfast the next morning. Burnt electricity and nostalgia. Raphael sniffed the air. That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system. Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. No more buttons, he warned. We didn't press anything. If you finish that sentence with might have sat on the nuclear console because it thought it was a bouncy castle, I will lock you both in the empathy chamber for 24 hours of intense feeling. They were silent. Guilty. Slightly impressed. I told you it was shaped like a trampoline, Link muttered. Stanley sighed the long, low sigh of a man who had once defused an interdimensional landmine using only a mop and a jazz record. Well, he said, might as well get ahead of it. Follow me. They took elevator D, which only went one direction, down, and required a key card, a blood sample, and the ability to recite the second stanza of the national anthem backwards. Stanley, of course, had long since replaced the blood scanner with a warm cup of black coffee. It was easier that way. Level 3 didn't have walls so much as it had implications. The moment the elevator opened, the air changed. It smelled of circuits, secrets, and popcorn from a timeline that never happened. The room beyond was vast, so vast that the ceiling wasn't visible and the floor looked like glass, or maybe a lake pretending to be a floor, and in the middle of it was a cube, perfect, floating, buzzing with potential. The green thing floated beside it, wide-eyed. I touched it, it whispered. Of course you did, Stanley muttered. What is it? Raphael asked, stepping closer. The archetype core, Stanley said. It's a story engine. Like a narrative generator? No. A literal engine that fuels plot lines, unresolved conflicts, prophecy arcs, love triangles, weirdly convenient flashbacks. Link's eyes lit up. So you're saying this Power Stories? Yes. Can we use it to get a Grammy? No. Can we use it to turn our band into an intergalactic myth with a tragic backstory and a 3-act structure? Stanley turned slowly. Did you two read the part of the orientation packet labeled, "Do not treat the narrative drive as a toy"? No, Raphael said. There was an orientation packet? Link asked. Stanley looked at the cube. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. Listen to me very carefully. If this thing fully activates, you don't get a story. You live one, and you don't get to choose the genre. What's wrong with that? Raphael asked. It assigns arcs, gives everyone a role in the narrative ecosystem. You might think you're the protagonist, he pointed at Link, but what if the story decides you're the mentor who dies in Act 2? Hey, Link said. Or the comic relief character who accidentally triggers the apocalypse. Raphael blinked. That actually sounds kind of on brand. The cube pulsed again. A faint melody filled the air, minor key, foreboding. Then a voice spoke. It was neither male nor female, old nor young. It simply was. Identities assigned, story initialization, beginning. No, Stanley muttered. No. Characters, the innocent, the trickster, the watcher, the fool. Oh no, Link said. We're in a Joseph Campbell situation. I always wanted to be the trickster, Raphael said brightly. You're the fool, Stanley growled. We're all the fool. That's the problem. Suddenly, reality tilted. The walls folded inward. The floor glass rippled like water. The air itself seemed to chuckle. And then, cut to, flashback. They were in a black and white 1950s diner. Link wore suspenders. Raphael had a pompadour. Stanley was inexplicably wearing a milkman uniform and holding a wrench labeled Exposition. What is happening? Stanley muttered. I think we're in a flashback cutaway gag, Link said. It's doing metaplot. Do you want the exposition now, sir? Said a small cube back to sleep. How? Raphael asked. We create a resolution. You mean? Yes, Stanley gritted his teeth. You have to finish a subplot. By now, the green thing had assembled what it called a Team Pizza Justice Squad. It had taped googly eyes to a mop, given the vacuum a sword, and declared Link Supreme Commander of Sauce. It was organizing a plan to raid the military museum wing and recover what it claimed was the eternal pepperoni blade. Meanwhile, the empathy engine had turned back on by itself and was now broadcasting soft jazz across all frequencies in an effort to soothe the cube. Stanley did not scream. He merely sighed, bent down, and opened a crate labeled Plot Device, Use Only, If Desperate. Inside was a box of costume mustaches, a chalkboard, and one pre-written dramatic betrayal. I hate this place, he muttered. But as the cube pulsed, the world wavered, and a sudden mini-musical sequence began to creep in through the speakers. Stanley knew one thing for sure. If he didn't resolve a subplot fast, he'd be singing his feelings in the next 5 minutes. And nobody, not even fate, wanted to see that. It started, as most accidental musicals do, with the chalkboard. Stanley held the stub of a government-issued chalk stick, hefted like a weapon, and stared grimly at the boys across the glassy floor of Level Lasake. The archetype core pulsed behind him, rhythmically thumping like it had swallowed a Broadway orchestra. I need a subplot, he said through gritted teeth. One that ends, not unravels, not grows legs, not explodes, ends, wraps, resolves. Link blinked. You mean like the emotional arc of a side character? Yes. Raphael perked up. Ooh, I nominate Stanley. No. Yes, Link agreed. The reclusive janitor with a tragic past. You've got all the setup, gruff demeanor, mysterious files, emotional baggage, probably a lost love. Shut up. Maybe, Raphael said dreamily. He lost someone during his time in the Sentient Crockpot Division. A forbidden kitchen love. I said shut up. The archetype core flared. Somewhere overhead, ghostly musical chords began to descend like fog. Stanley looked upward and screamed, No, I will not sing. The music paused, temporarily. But the rules were clear now. A subplot must conclude or the song would come. With jazz hands. Fine, Stanley growled. Fine, I have a subplot, one that's been hanging around this damn place since Nixon took his lunch break. He stomped to a panel on the far side of the chamber and pressed a recessed button labeled Retired Files, Unsolved, Unapproved, Just Weird. With a hiss, the wall opened. Inside was a single file folder, thick, yellowed, slightly damp. Its tab read, Operation Gravy Phoenix. Link squinted. That sounds edible? It wasn't, Stanley muttered. It was a counter-espionage project, canceled in '73 after the subject, Agent Gloria Kane, defected. To the Soviets? Raphael asked. No, to a commune in northern Vermont. Built a yurt, started selling emotionally conscious jams. The boys nodded solemnly. This was still, technically, espionage. Stanley handed them a photograph from the folder. In it, a young Stanley, hair thick, uniform crisp, mustache unforgivably sincere, stood next to a woman in a trench coat holding a telekinetic fork. This was the mission that broke me, he said quietly. They told me she was rogue, a threat, but she just wanted out, wanted peace, and He trailed off. You let her go, Link said. I did, and I lied about it. Filed a report saying she fell into a vat of government pudding. The archetype core thrummed. The color shifted. Less threatening now, more intrigued. Stanley set the photo down reverently. I resolve it now. I did the right thing. I never saw her again, but she deserved better than a government lab and a folder labeled possibly friendly, definitely weird. The boys were quiet. Then, slowly, the archetype core's glow softened. The melodic pressure faded, and one final line, clear, resonant, absolute, echoed through the chamber. Subplot resolved, narrative containment stabilized. The cube dimmed, the lights returned to normal, and just like that, the musical was canceled. Good job, Raphael said, clapping Stanley on the shoulder. Yeah, Link added. No singing. That's a win. Stanley didn't answer. He was holding something. A jam jar. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The label was handwritten. For S.J. Extra Apricot, no regrets. He didn't say a word, just tucked it into his jacket and walked toward the elevator. The green thing poked its head in, saw that the music was gone, and visibly deflated. I was gonna tap dance with my cheese. Next time, Raphael promised. Maybe in the episode where you find the pizza dimension. The green thing gasped, there is a dimension! Not yet, but give us time. That night, the team sat under the stars again, this time with an illegal cheese fondue kit and 3 lawn chairs shaped like old Mars probes. So what did we learn today? Raphael asked. Don't push cubes that talk, Link said. Don't ignore subplots, Stanley muttered. Don't let aliens compose musicals, the green thing added. There was a quiet pause. Then Link glanced at his watch. You guys hear that humming? Stanley's head dropped into his hands. Please, he said, muffled. Please let it be a normal humming. From beneath the deck, a soft, warbling buzz rose. Then a crash. Then, zzzt, time displacement chamber now active. Please stand by. Raphael blinked. You think it's the rats? Link nodded. Yup. Time-traveling rats? Yup. Stanley didn't move. I want to transfer, he whispered. To where? Raphael asked. Somewhere quiet, peaceful, far away. The empathy chamber? Link offered. I said peaceful, not emotionally traumatic. The green thing was already rolling toward the sound, giggling. I'm gonna teach the rats to sing. Link raised his soda. To next week's subplot? Time rats, baby. Raphael agreed, clinking cans. Time rats. The camera would pan upward here if this were a show. Just as the deck door creaked open behind them and a tiny rat-shaped blur zipped past, carrying what looked suspiciously like a harmonica and a very small top hat. The new arrival came in through the ceiling. Not intentionally, of course. The ceiling panel was clearly marked, do not drop agents here, but nobody read that part. A sleek black cable lowered him slowly, boots first, tactical harness gleaming, communication array blinking red, blue, green like a confused Christmas tree. He paused halfway down, checked his wrist display, and frowned. Confirming drop zone level 9.3? He tapped the screen. What kind of facility uses decimals? The cable jerked. Hold on, I'm not. It snapped. He landed face first into a cart of expired pudding cups labeled emotionally volatile, do not shake. The cups erupted in a sticky, mildly telepathic splash. Moments later, a door creaked open nearby. The green thing rolled into view, chewing on an old floppy disk. Hello, strange, creamy stranger, it announced. The agent froze. What? I am the green thing, it said proudly. What? He repeated, slightly higher. Would you like to see my sock collection? He reached for his sidearm. The green thing blinked all 4 eyes, 2 frontal, 2 on stalks, and giggled. Oh, you think that works on me? It turned inside out. The agent screamed. 2 emergency systems activated at once. One released calming lavender mist into the corridor, and the other began playing a soothing rendition of Ave Maria through a dusty wall speaker. When the mist cleared, the green thing was gone, so were half the pudding cups. The agent stood shakily, one eyebrow twitching. This is worse than Antarctica, he muttered. He tapped his headset. Control, this is Echo Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu, agent designation Wolf. No, Night Viper. No, I changed it. Fortress. Let's go with Fortress Way lit up. Welcome, a pleasant voice intoned from the overhead speakers system. To the Jenkins Kleinman Subterranean Research Facility for questionably ethical advancements and lunch storage. Please enjoy our new holographic assistant, now rendering. A 3D projection flickered to life in front of him. It was Link. Not real Link. A hologram. Shirtless, wearing medieval armor and holding a bag of tacos. Wait, what? The agent asked. The hologram began to speak in slow, echoing tones. I am the taco warden. You must locate the janitor. Yes, the agent exclaimed. Yes, that's what I'm trying to. But beware, the hologram continued, for he is always one floor above, or possibly in the shower. He likes jazz. Avoid the hallway with the broken blender. That's not a hallway anymore. That's Jenkins now. The agent blinked. Why would anyone program this? The PA system flared again. Also, avoid level 17. The ghost interns are unionizing. He turned down the next corridor, only to run face first into another projection. This time of Raphael, dramatically slow motion diving through a ring of fire while juggling plasma grenades and yelling, "We never trained for this." The image froze, flickered, and morphed into a floating banana labeled, "Janitor? Probably not." Okay, the agent said, stepping back. This is not an actionable intelligence environment. Another announcement pinged in. Caution, room temperatures may not follow logic. And neither do the janitor's routes. 2 hours later, he was running. Not from something specific, although a self-aware fondue fountain had begun following him, playing jazz, but from the general principle of chaos. He turned one corner, nearly collided with a vending machine that began trying to sell him Doom Nuggets, and flung himself into a closet labeled Closet. Non-haunted, probably. Inside, he found a lone sandwich. It had a
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance." Walker stepped forward. "This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean?" The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. "It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision." Commander Reed whispered to Walker. "That sounds more like colonization than an alliance." Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. "We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council?" 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. "And if we decline?" Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vorks's eyes blinked simultaneously. "That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies. After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. "They're giving us an ultimatum," said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. "Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures." Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. "The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach." "What do you mean?" asked the Secretary General. "They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all." Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. "Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follows strict, linear patterns." The room fell silent as Reed continued. "We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise." General Martinez stood up. "Are you suggesting we have a chance against them?" Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. "I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope." Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. "The Chimera isn't ready," said the science director. "We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The Chaos Drive is still unpredictable." "Unpredictable might be exactly what we need," Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the E2 end the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. Captain Walker, Commander Reed. "The Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer." A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. "The linear cannon," Admiral Vorks announced with pride. "The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty." Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In Council thinking, "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorks replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. "The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying human settlements." As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. "Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos," Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. "Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt." As they descended toward Earth, Neither spoke, again both watching the massive council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the council lived by. The grand chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his four-fingered hand, and a three-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the 3 ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of Council military doctrine." "And if the target moves?" Reed asked innocently. Several Council members made sounds that might have been laughter. "A common question from species new to galactic conflict," Vork said condescendingly. "In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is." "Fascinating," Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. "Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history." Admiral Vorks tilted his head. "Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection." The demonstration continued as the Council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly. "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex three-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. "Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship," Vorks explained. "There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia." Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied, "but every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the Council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. "Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept Protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious." Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. "Their entire strategy revolves around predictability," Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. "They expect enemies to follow patterns they can calculate." Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. "Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line," Walker added. "It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection." "Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario," Reed said. "The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns." Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. "I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy." When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. "How bad is it?" Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. "Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations." "And?" the Secretary General asked. "And humanity has never fought that way," Walker replied. "Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary." Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. "They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before." General Martinez leaned forward. "Project Thunderbolt?" Walker nodded. "The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative." Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the Earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. "She doesn't look like much," General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. "That's the point. The council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing." Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. "She's ready," Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. "Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different." Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. "The Council's ships, and their weapons, operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite." He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. "The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel." "In simple terms?" the General asked. "She doesn't move through space, space moves around her," Thompson said. "The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her." Walker added, "And that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on." The General studied the strange ship. "And the weapons?" Thompson's face lit up with pride. "Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable." He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. "These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these," he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, "are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns." "Random?" the General frowned. "How do we aim?" "We don't exactly," Thompson admitted. "The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point." Walker stepped in. "It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game." The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch?" "We're ready now," Walker said confidently. Hours later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorks's face displayed growing impatience. "Your time grows short, humans," the alien said. "The Council requires your answer." The Secretary General stepped forward. "Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship." Vorks's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. "Permission granted, but be warned, any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction." When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. "This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera." The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. "They won't recognize what they're seeing," Reed told the crew during the final briefing. "The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither." Walker took his place in the command chair. "Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally." Thompson spoke from his engineering station. "The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough," Walker assured him. "Weapons status?" "Scatter cannons charged," reported the weapons officer. "Quantum mirrors aligned and ready. Defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. "They're tracking us," Reed reported, "but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system." Walker smiled. "Good. Let's keep them guessing." The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. "What manner of ship is that?" Krill demanded of his sensor operators. "It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing," one operator reported, "and we cannot detect its propulsion system." Vorks's eyes narrowed. "A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again." On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. "On screen," he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. "Captain Walker, this is not a diplomatic vessel." "It is today," Walker replied calmly. "Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship." Vorks studied the strange vessel on his scanners. "This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight." "Appearances can be deceiving," Walker said. "We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions." "General," Krill moved into view beside Vorks. "This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology." "Not advanced by your standards, perhaps," Walker replied, "but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you." Vorks and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. "Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action." Walker nodded. "Understood. Chimera out." As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. "They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back." The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vorks and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. "Begin your demonstration," Vorks commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. "Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern alpha." The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of Council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. "Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern," one reported. "Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution." General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. "Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space." "Not this one," the sensor operator insisted. "It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze." Vorks's expression darkened. "A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data." Small spherical drones launched from the Council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the Council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns. Walker nodded. Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the Chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta. Aye, Captain. Thompson replied from engineering. Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The Council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. They're confused, Reed reported with a smile. Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us. In the Council command ship, alarms began to sound. Admiral, we've lost tracking, an operator reported. The human vessel is flickering. Flickering? Vorks demanded. Explain. It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously. The operator said, confusion evident in his voice. Our scanners cannot determine its true location. General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction. Vork studied the display carefully. No, this is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power. 3 Council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon, the tactical. Officer reported. Walker remained calm. Just as we expected. Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready? Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup. Walker opened a channel to the Council ship. Admiral Vorks, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration? As well. Vorks' face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action. By firing on us? Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. The linear cannon will pass near your vessel, Vorks stated. To demonstrate our precision, unless of course you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority. Walker smiled calmly. We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. Battle stations. Thompson, push the Chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors. The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 Council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be, Reed reported. Based on a standard movement algorithm. Walker nodded. Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern Gamma on my mark. The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. It evaded, a tactical officer finally reported. Without changing course or accelerating, General Krill's voice rose in anger. Impossible, recalibrate the cannons, fire again. The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness, he observed. They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge. The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. They're firing again, Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. Activate quantum mirrors, he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, The energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships, not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. "Direct hit on our port side," a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vork stood rigid with shock. "All ships, defensive formation. Prepare for..." But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. "Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity," the tactical officer reported. "They can't take another direct hit." Thompson's voice came over the comm. "The Chaos drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure." Walker nodded grimly. "We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only." As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vorks. The alien's face showed a new emotion: uncertainty. "This demonstration is concluded, Admiral," Walker said calmly. "Earth awaits your response." For the first time, Vorks had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vorks stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. "In 10,000 years, Vorks said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet, "no species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon. Yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us." Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. "The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council encounters with other species and identified your greatest strength and weakness." "Which is?" asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. "Predictability," Reed answered simply. "Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to." Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. "You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight." Walker smiled slightly. "Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds." Admiral Vorks raised his hands for silence. "Explain." "In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system," Walker explained. "The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse-engineered what we could and learned about the Council." "Impossible," General Krill insisted. "Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand." "True," Walker admitted. "We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy, and we began preparing." Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. "Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead," Walker continued, "we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships, because it was designed specifically not to." Admiral Vork studied the humans with new interest. "You knew we would come, and you prepared a single vessel as your defense?" "One was enough to prove our point. Walker said confidently. We have the designs for 30 more. This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics. Walker nodded. Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path, we chose a different approach. Chaos, Vorks said, almost with distaste. Adaptability, Walker corrected. Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges. The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. The Council must reconsider Earth's status, he announced formally. Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols. For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate. Unprecedented, muttered General Krill. So was surviving the linear canon, Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves, some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest Council species, offered a compromise. The Council requires stability and order, she said. But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable. Admiral Vork seemed reluctant but nodded. A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement, Diplomat Ilara continued. Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks. Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines, Vork stipulated. But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates. Walker considered the offer carefully. We accept your terms, with one addition. Complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully. More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by 2 smaller vessels incorporating both human and Council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. The Council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs. Walker nodded. And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council, Reed pointed out. Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting, Walker said thoughtfully. The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle. Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. Captain Walker, Commander Reed, he greeted them. The joint fleet exercises are proceeding well, though I must admit watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling. Walker smiled. Change usually is. Indeed. Vorks turned to look out at the stars. Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together, Walker said. The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking. A formidable combination, Vorks admitted. Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct. Reed raised an eyebrow. Prophecy? There is an old saying among the founding species, Vorks explained. When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely. Together, the three figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars. Not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen.
Welcome, esteemed representatives of the Galactic Confederacy, to what might be the most important briefing of your careers. Possibly the last briefing some of you will ever need. Commander Vazlik clicked his mandibles together in what passed for a smile among the Vesperi, the faint blue bioluminescent patterns on his exoskeleton pulsing with barely contained amusement. The assembled diplomats, 32 species in total, shifted uncomfortably in their ergonomically designed seats within the gleaming amphitheater of the Confederacy Diplomatic Academy. My name is Commander Traz Vazlik, head of Xena Security for Nexus Station, and I've survived 17 direct encounters with humans, which, as some of my colleagues would happily point out, makes me either extremely lucky or remarkably bad at dying. A nervous titter rippled through the audience. Vazlik's reputation preceded him. The scars on his carapace, most notably the missing section of his lower right arm, were not ceremonial. They were souvenirs from what the official report described as cultural misunderstandings. Today's mandatory session addresses what our bureaucrats call Classification Anomaly H3. The rest of us just call it the human problem. Vazlik tapped his remaining front limb against the podium control panel. Behind him, a holographic image materialized, a bipedal creature with minimal external protection, no visible natural weapons, and a bizarrely exposed sensory cluster atop its frame. Behold, Vazlik announced with practiced dramatic flair, the only known sentient species in our galaxy that is simultaneously classified as an unarmed civilian and a deadly apex predator. Yes, you heard that correctly. He paused, scanning the room with his compound eyes, savoring the confused expressions across multiple species' faces. Both categories. At once. The same creature that our Cultural Exchange Committee invites to diplomatic dinners is also the subject of 3 separate Confederation-wide combat threat assessments. The classification system that has served us for 12 millennia didn't just fail with humans, it had a complete nervous breakdown. Vazlik leaned forward, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper that nonetheless carried throughout the room. And your job, distinguished representatives, is to interact with these creatures without becoming a statistic in my next briefing. So pay attention. Your continued existence rather depends on it. Vazlik flicked to the next hologram, displaying a complex chart with branching taxonomies. For those of you new to intergalactic diplomacy, the Confederacy's sentient species classification system has been the backbone of our peaceful coexistence for 12,000 years. Every species fits somewhere in this elegant framework. Well, every species except humans. The chart expanded, revealing dozens of categories and subcategories. We have herbivorous diplomats, carnivorous warriors, omnivorous traders, silicon-based philosophers, gas giant negotiators, hive mind strategists. We even have a classification for the sentient fungal networks of Tau Ceti. But humans? Vazlik laughed, a sound like crackling electricity. humans broke Archive Administrator Pelzum's brain. The hologram shifted to security footage from 6 standard years earlier. A tall, willowy being with translucent skin and 4 arms frantically manipulated data screens while surrounded by arguing committee members. This is actual footage from what we now call the categorization crisis. Poor Pelzum, who had cataloged 317 species without incident, spent 9 consecutive days trying to force humans into our existing framework. The audience watched as the recorded Pelzum's movements became increasingly agitated, culminating in them throwing all 4 arms up and collapsing into their chair. Pelzum first tried classifying humans as non-threatening omnivorous traders, similar to the Mercantos of Rigel 7. Then a human delegate accidentally crushed a Mercanto's appendage during what they called a friendly handshake. Next classification attempt. The footage jumped forward. Pelzum then tried categorizing them as potential combatants, like the warrior Drakids. But unlike Drakids, humans possess no natural armor, no venomous secretions, no slashing appendages. They're essentially soft, squishy bags of mostly water. Next classification attempt. Vazlik clicked through several more failed categorization attempts. The committee observed humans exhibiting predatory pattern recognition, persistence hunting psychology, and pack bonding behaviors typical of apex hunters. Yet their diplomats fainted at the ceremonial blood feast of the Karzak delegation. Their warriors wept at poetry readings. Their scientists exhibited both precise calculation and wild intuitive leaps. Vazlik expanded a final document on the display. After the famous Pelzum meltdown, they're fine now. Just transferred to archive maintenance, the Confederacy created this. The first ever dual classification protocol. Humans are officially categorized as both Class 1 protected non-combat diplomatic entities and Class 5 potential biohazard predatory species. Every human interaction now comes with 17 warning protocols and a mandatory medical team on standby. He clicked his mandibles together in that unsettling smile again. In simple terms, treat them like they're made of explosive glass, while remembering they could probably tear your limbs off without their combat technologies. And they wonder why we're nervous around them. Let's discuss why these protocols exist in the first place, Vazlik continued, bringing up a new hologram displaying an ornate meeting chamber. This is footage from what our historians delicately call the first official interspecies diplomatic incident. I call it the day Ambassador Torvik learned physics the hard way. The footage showed a grand chamber with representatives from 7 different species arranged in a ceremonial circle. A small delegation of humans entered, dressed in formal attire that looked absurdly restrictive. Ambassador Kraz Torvik of the Luminari Collective, Vazlik narrated, highlighting a tall, slender being with luminous, almost transparent skin through which complex circulatory patterns were visible. Brilliant diplomat. Negotiated the Proxima Centauri peace accord. Absolutely terrible at following security briefings. The recording showed Torvik gliding forward, extending their delicate, multi-jointed appendage toward the lead human, a dark-skinned female with a warm expression. Human Ambassador Eliza Blackwood, Vazlik identified, career diplomat, known for her exceptional work mediating territorial disputes on her home planet, about to become infamous throughout the galaxy. The audience watched in collective horror as Blackwood reached out, clasped Torvik's appendage, and gave it a firm shake. The crunching sound was audible, even in the recording. 3 of Torvik's 7 finger joints immediately collapsed. The Luminari's bioluminescence flared in pain patterns as they crumpled to the floor. Computer, freeze and enhance, Vazlik commanded. The image paused and zoomed in on Blackwood's face, showing an expression of absolute horror. Note the human's reaction. This wasn't malice, it was ignorance. Our medical and security analysis confirmed that Ambassador Blackwood used approximately 15% of her available grip strength. What for her species would be considered a gentle greeting transferred enough force to shatter Luminari. Calcium structures. Vazlik brought up biometric data alongside the image. The most disturbing part, Ambassador Blackwood's stress hormones skyrocketed after the incident. Her physiological readings showed genuine shock and distress. She truly had no idea she could cause such damage. The humans simply don't understand how dangerous they are by Confederacy standards. The recording resumed, showing the chaos that followed, medical teams rushing in, security protocols activating, and Blackwood standing in stunned silence, hands pressed against her mouth. Slow motion. Focus on Ambassador Blackwood, Vazlik instructed. The footage zoomed in and slowed down. Watch her eyes. Notice the tears forming. These aren't diplomatic tactics. This is genuine emotional distress. The humans call it empathy. Apparently, they feel discomfort when others are injured. The same species capable of shattering alien physiologies gets upset about it afterward. Vazlik changed the display to a formal document. This incident led to the creation of the Blackwood Protocols, a 43-page manual on physical interaction with humans. It covers everything from proper distance maintenance at least 1.5 galactic standard units to emergency procedures if a human attempts to perform what they call a hug, which our threat assessment team has classified as a potential crushing attack. The commander highlighted key sections of the document. The core principle is simple. Assume every human is completely unaware of their strength relative to your species. They evolved on a high-gravity death world where even their infants can exert enough force to damage most Confederacy species. But their gentle touch can fracture exoskeletons. Their idea of a light tap can rupture gas bladders. And the most dangerous part? They're constantly trying to initiate physical contact as a sign of friendship. Vazlik paused, allowing the implications to sink in. Ironically, Ambassador Blackwood became one of our most valuable consultants on human interaction safety. She insisted on helping develop protocols to prevent future incidents. The Blackwood Protocols have reduced physical interaction injuries by 87% in just 5 standard years. Not bad for a species that accidentally breaks people while trying to be friendly. For the next segment, I've invited an expert who can explain why humans are walking contradictions, Vazlik announced, gesturing toward the side entrance of the lecture hall. Please welcome Dr. Liran Nemari, head xenobiologist of the Human Studies Division. A stocky, amphibious being with iridescent scales and large, multifaceted eyes glided into the room. Dr. Nemari's webbed appendages carried several holographic data modules. "Thank you, Commander," Nemari said, voice resonating with a pleasant harmonic quality. "I've spent the last 7 standard years studying human physiology. I still wake up screaming sometimes." This elicited nervous laughter from the audience. "Let's start with basics," Nemari continued, activating a detailed anatomical model of a human. Humans appear fragile. No claws, minimal natural armor, dull teeth, limited sensory capabilities. Yet their evolutionary history reveals something terrifying. They're not specialized predators. They're generalized super survivors. The hologram shifted to comparison charts. Consider this paradox. Humans bruise easily, yet can survive injuries that would kill most sentient species. Their skin tears with minimal force, but they can survive massive blood loss. They have no redundant organs like taurians, no rapid regeneration like selenites, no backup neural systems like Vesperi. Instead, they have something far more disturbing: compensatory adaptation. Dr. Nemari brought up biological readings. This is where it gets alarming. Humans possess a chemical response system triggered by threats, injuries, or even perceived dangers. They call it adrenaline. We call it terrifying biochemical override. The display showed graphs of human performance metrics with and without adrenaline. Under adrenaline influence, humans can increase their strength output by up to 300%. Pain receptors are suppressed. Cardiovascular efficiency spikes. Sensory awareness heightens. Essentially, they become temporarily enhanced versions of themselves. A diplomatic representative from the gelatinous Morphians raised a pseudopod in question. Yes, you heard correctly, Namari confirmed before they could speak. Humans can voluntarily ignore pain signals that would incapacitate most species. They call it pushing through. We call it nightmare physiology. The doctor displayed comparative species metrics. Their grip strength exceeds industrial pincers, their bite force, while not impressive by predator standards, can still crack the exoskeletons of 40% of Confederacy species. And their endurance. This is perhaps most disturbing of all. Humans don't need to outfight most predators. They simply outlast them.